We're going to be checking out Oddsparks, an automation adventure today, which the developers were kind enough to provide me a key. And as an added bonus later on in the stream, we're going to actually have the creative director for Massive Mini Team, dropping in Discord to hang out and all that good stuff. Which now I suddenly think I need to go in and double check to make sure my Discord's audio settings didn't get reset, because it happens every time, and it did! Excellent. Just what I needed. So let me go ahead and do that. Normally I have you on another channel. I'm gonna have it on this channel just to try and make sure that works. I'll probably have to adjust that, and it'll probably be a whole thing, because that's always what it is. But yeah, so we're gonna have the creative director joining us, and in the chat we'll also have some other the employees and all that pop in. So I do hope people are like really hanging out and into it and all that. Because it's really awesome when we actually get people from the various companies and publishers and all that who work on games to stop in and hang out while we're playing their games. It really, one, it's great because when people have questions about the game, we can get answers straight from the source, or if they don't have the answer handy, which does happen, they'd be like, hey, let me get some information and get back to you. So it's always really good to have that. It shows that there's the passion and the interest in the game and all that. Not that, it was something knocked out and then move on to the next one or whatever. So that's always good. So I always appreciate that. And it's obviously it's meaningful for me as well. So we messed with the demo of Oddsparks during Steam Next Fest this last year, if I remember correctly. And the way the game kind of begins is you're like, I don't know what you'd consider, your character's like a little wizard or whatever, but you get these creatures, and they can do work for you, so you don't have to. Your character actually can't do most of the work. So it is a whole thing to like get the automation going. We do have our character and all that. We can change the way they look, and all that. So you change like a lot of stuff about it, so that's fine. We can change their eye color. Cool. Can I put down your hood so I could actually like see your hair? It's fine. So you could change your hair. So there's apparently I have to do certain things to unlock more. We'll just leave it at Bob. And hair color. That's fine. All right, we can change our different tops. Gotcha, so we could change a bunch of different stuff. Honestly, the leaves look the best. So it's kind of cool that we do get a bunch of these options to mess with a bunch of this. Okay. Sure, why not? We'll go with the tights. Head decoration. Okay, those are all interesting. We have a brooch. Brooch color. We could later on get different staffs. Sure. Chin strap. Alright, so you can actually do a lot to like customize your character and all that, so that's kind of cool. I do appreciate it, because a lot of these games, they don't really give you a whole lot to do with that. But let's not get caught up in that too much. Let's check our settings, because it is one of those things that I do like to try and look at different games when we go and play them the first time, to sit there and kind of look and go, okay, what are the accessibility stuff? So we have like different aim controls. We've got language support, which definitely helps that. We can UI scale, which I am going to do now. Honestly, so the game started at 0.8. I appreciate that started down more, so we actually have more to work with, because this feels good. This is what like most games are like most zoomed in tends to be. So that's actually pretty good. We've got a bunch of audio stuff, and I really appreciate for us making content that we can actually do sound in the background. We've got all that, and I adjusted this down for the record to the 50. We've got this. I'm going to go ahead and lock that in at 60. That's streamer things. That's not really, I think, one way or the other. Makes it run smoothly. We've got our controls here and all that. So we've got some accessibility stuff here. Now, as a reminder, the absence of accessibility settings doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem. Some games, they just don't have needs for them and all that. But let's go ahead and pop into the game. Village names. This is the village name. Let's see. UI scale is one of the best options ever because some UIs on 140 or 1440p can look like you're playing with the permanent magnifier. Yeah. So it's good to be able to turn them up and down, because it's also those things that you get your 4K monitor and they do like no scaling, and you look at like the text and it's, you know, a couple pixels tall and you're like, I can't read this. Look, man, I'm not getting any younger. The village name. The village. Start game. Excellent. I should have checked if there was a character limit. Yeah, so you can already see it's got a cute aesthetic to it without being like overly cute, which is kind of nice. It is a calm and quiet day, and you are relaxing on your bench. All of your daily tasks are done. The warm sun gently lulls you into a midday nap. You dream of an adventure, of more exciting life than the one you have right now in a frontier village, when suddenly a loud crash comes down in the field that wakes you up. Broken shed. Used to be a large building you store items in. It's clear there's no way to fix the shed, and you begin to clean up the area. As you clear the debris of shards of wood, you find a gleaming metal object in the middle of the mess. This must be the thing that crashed in and destroyed your shed. Unsure what it is, you pick up the strange metal object. It's warm to the touch. One person comes to mind as someone who might be able to figure out what it is. The Divine Researcher. Okay. And they give us hints here, like that we can run faster on paths, which I like quite a bit. I see you. You need help with a weird thing. I love weird things. Let me see. Oh, what if I poke it right? The strange piece of metal you picked up from the broken shed comes alive. It wraps itself around your brooch and staff. Suddenly, a wealth of information enters your mind. Dazed, you look at the ancient tablet near the researcher and realize you can understand the ancient writings. The ancient tablet seems particularly wrecked, but you can definitely read some of the text. Something about magic, devastation, a spark, something about hope. You relay everything to the researcher. You can understand it? This is incredible. Amazing news. You must look at Village Monument for me. Alright, the strange metal has crashed into your shed, wrapped around your staff, and has given you the ability to understand ancient writings of the Divine. The Divine Researcher wants you to use your newfound ability to check out the Village Monument in the middle of the village. Objective: access the Village Monument. Go without me. I'll just slow you down. You come back and tell me what you found. You hear? Alright, so we go and check out the Village Monument. A meteor? No idea yet. This is not the Village Monument, for the record. The Village Monument looms above you, quietly, with its weight of years behind it. You extend your hand, and a strange metal in your brooch radiates a soft light. Suddenly, the carvings on the stone itself begin to shift into text. You barely have time to understand what you see before the writing appears, as the writing appears and disappears. You can't catch all of the information. Something about last access several million days ago, The word danger catches your eye. The monument clearly is more important than everyone had assumed. The words settle for a moment. Dangerous levels of corrupted aether detected. Cleansing pulse routine initiated. You can hear the monument rattle. Something inside is trying to activate itself, but nothing happens. Aetheric cleansing failed. Functions locked. Connection severed. Cleansing routine recommended. Danger to life critical. The monument opens up, revealing a large number of small slabs of stone. One appears in the middle with a single slot and a single button. You should tell the divine researcher about what you found. No, thank you. I'd rather go on an adventure. Oh, that's actually the wrong way. Okay. Possible satellite TV dish. Alright. Did you look at the monument yet? Tell me, what did you see? Don't keep the old man waiting. Alright, so it's just telling me that we finished the quest. You describe everything you've seen when the village monument was activated to the divine researcher. The strange text, the slot that you could fit an aether shard, because suddenly we know we can do that. How it attempted to perform a cleansing pulse, but failed. The divine researcher's natural smile falls as he tries to digest everything. My boy, we're doomed. Grab everything of money and wealth and run for the hills. No, that's not what he's saying. We've had individuals explore north, past the woodlands, even past the mountains. The ones traveled farther returned ill and talked about how the magic, the aether itself felt strange. Some used the word corrupted. It would explain the village monument could clean the corrupted aether. It did seem odd this place was so perfect to make a new village in. Sounds like we should turn it on. Oh, is there more? You need an aether shard. That means you'll have to go into the woodlands. You're not supposed to go there, but I'll give you my permission. Just be careful. It can be quite dangerous. Normally, you get an aether shard from hunting animals, but maybe you'll have a better chance if you look for a spunny corpse? Oh, while you're in there, there's an ancient shrine just inside. It has this kooky little golden guy on top. You should check that out too. Alright, so it's just a list of all the things it wants me to do. Good luck. Have a great adventure, you hear? And this was the last they ever saw of the child they sent out into the woods. Doom! Doom! Please stop these people from saying doom. Alright. So we can go in here. We have this. An ancient stone ruin stands before you. It's clear that it's less a shrine and more of a machine. It glows lightly under your touch, and the carvings on the stone begin to shift to create words. Test start. Attempting to create one stumpy spark. Connection not found. Test failed. To reconnect, unlocked function. Machine range 0. Alright, so I need to find...
I'm gonna sing the doom song. Doom doom dee doom 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 doom.
I'm gonna sing the doom song. Doom de doom 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 de doom 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 doom. Of logs, I'll call stumpy sparks. They're the first step to making it right. Alright, so we need to find a corpse. Any of you... Oh, there's lots of corpses here. Why are there so many corpses right here? What has happened? Other than give me your power. And what are you? Alright, well, we only needed one of those, so I feel like we are being a little bit of an overachiever in having 30 of them, but you know, that's fine. There's out. Let's see, do we have a command for the game? If not, do we want one? I mean, we could make a command for it. just basically maybe a command to the Steam page or something. Because I didn't get the key through like Lurk It or anything else like that. The devs gave it to me directly, so I don't really have a place to like point people to like, you know, flag interest or whatever. All right, so let's smash that in there and push the button. Machine range 1 unlocks all machine workstations at range 1. Monument waypoint requires a wood log. You have unlocked the village. Monument waypoint. So basically, it's fast travel. So I can hit M and fast travel. Okay, so those are all set up. Exit through the old mine shaft. Okay. Yes, it'll be towards the end of stream. It'll be the last hour because they're based. I don't actually know where exactly they're based over, but in Europe. So like right now is the middle of the night for them. So they're gonna be popping on what's like the beginning of their workday, which is right around like the last hour of stream. So we'll go ahead and do that. So that'll be later and they pop in. Let's see, you touch the shrine, it slowly whirs into life. It seems to be running on some kind of test. It's checking if everything still works. Suddenly, it spits out a rather strange creature into your arms. It murders you. I mean, no. The shrine registers that the Stumpy Spark has been immediately activated as part of its test. The Stumpy Spark stares at you. It seems ready and eager to receive instructions. However, before anything can be done, with a puff of magic, the Stumpy Spark turns into a wood disc that fits in your hand. With the Spark's deactivation successful, the shrine states it can now be fully operational and ready to assign sparks. The strange metal in your staff has changed, and the slots can fit the discs appears. You place the Stumpy Spark. You place it in, and the Stumpy Spark begins to follow you. Stumpy Spark, a basic spark, the most basic of sparks. Can't do a lot of thing, tries hard, a good listener, the quartermaster. Basically has 1 in all stats. Cool. You can throw sparks, aim using space. Throw the spark to collect pine. Okay, so I see I can make more Stumpy Sparks by getting some wood. So you go on to the next tree, or do I need to... Okay, so I gotta order you tree by tree. I understand. If something would just jump out of a machine at me, it'd be right away. Yeah, like some random, like, wood monster thing leaps out of a machine at you. You would definitely be like, hang on a second, this isn't what I wanted. Give me a minute. It's not the fastest. Hang on, we'll get there, don't worry. Oh, let's go talk to... I'm sitting here just like, I can make another one. Let's do it now. And it's like, go talk to the Divine Researcher. Fine. I just wanted to take out the trees. We all know they're the real enemy here. Did I? Oh, it was a ledge I climbed over. I was like, did I trip? You unlocked it? Fantastic! Did you check out the shrine? What changed there? Alright, that's just the quest. You tell the Divine Researcher on everything you've seen about the ancient shrine, especially the rather strange creature that came out of it after you fixed it, the one that's lurking behind you. So, they're called sparks, you say? How unusual. Clearly, I have some research to do. They're quite cute. You should show them around. Maybe the other villagers will have some thoughts and ideas for them. Okay, so we gotta talk to the woodsman, the quartermaster, and... Oh. Can I just... I've been looking through my research. It seems sparks are entirely unique. You're the first person to discover such a thing. What are you supposed to do that this old man can actually do some work? Divine technology is my specialty, I'll have you know. And I've been thinking, maybe we can recreate the spark machines. The divine researcher grins, his eyes full of passion. He takes out several pages full of questions as he's prepared to ask. Oh no. Okay, so you want me to do a bunch of stuff. You spend what feels like forever answering a litany of questions about the Stumpy Spark Shrine, its dimensions, its connections, how every little thing seems to work. By the end, the divine researcher seems satisfied. I see. So it used the same etheric energies as the other divine technology, and it certainly fits the some older hypotheses, but replicating an actual process, well, nothing to do but try. Okay, so you're gonna want me to get a bunch of things. Ooh. What are those little guys? Sparks, you say? And you got them to do work for you? Tell me more. His eyes twinkle at the thought as you describe the ancient shrine and how sparks work in one. He mutters something about something and nods himself. Oh, I see. So you're telling me I can get unpaid labor? This is perfect. I mean, yes, of course. Pretty ingenious. Right, let me have a few, will ya? Let me go and let me get some materials. I've been wanting to make a logger for your little sparks. Cool. You leave the woodsman deep in thought as he mentally constructs the design for a logger. So the idea is we're going to be able to start automating things like wood process and all that. Huh? Hey, so those weird dolls of yours, they follow instructions, right? You think they can carry stuff too? I see. So basically, we're going to get multiple different types of sparks now that are going to be able to have other functions. Oh, those sparks you found are rather cute. I'm sure lots of people come far and wide to study them invasively. Although our little village is very underdeveloped, we had much of a reason to grow. But maybe there's something those who can help study the sparks will come to stay. I butchered all that. It's quite a lot, I know, but you take as long as you need. We're here to support you, dearie. By the way, you'll have till noon tomorrow. Or else. Alright. So, needless to say, chop the tree. Alright, so let's look at our quests, however we do that. We've got our map. Okay. Alright, so we got a bunch of tier 1 quests. Let's start with this one, the path logistics, because we already know how to do all those things. That didn't switch my quest. How do I choose to make you active? That's not how I make you active. We'll try this again. How do I make you active? Pin to screen, the giant button up there. Okay, so I need Stumpy Sparks. So let's go ahead and drop a pile of you in here, a pile of you in there, and you go chop that tree. So I thought, didn't I add... So I'm just taking a little bit to figure out how to get through some of these things. I don't know what I just did there. Oh. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay. So what's happening there is I've got a spark that's going to be working on this. So once I feed it enough materials, then what'll end up happening is it will just be ready to rock and roll. Meanwhile, let's the spark cut the tree for a minute. Do we have more corpses up here? No. Gotcha. So it's automatically making another one. Alright, and what's gonna happen is, well, it's pretty manual right now. It seems odd that these people suddenly know these creatures are new stuff. I mean, I guess the implication is that even if they don't really understand what the creatures are, they're just like, wait, I can make them do things? Yes. Yes, I'll take 40 of them. There's 1, and I need 3 for the first quest. Alright, so I've got the 3, so we can deliver those to... I don't remember her name. Oh, let's grab the wood while we're here. So we can knock out this first quest and get that going. Alright. It works. They walk the paths. They pick up from the drop-off. Let's see, they even pick up and drop off items to buildings as they pass. They only walk on the right side of the path for some reason. Here, let me show you how to make a dirt path. Cool. Try it out. Gotcha. So the path tool G allows you to build paths and delete existing paths. Okay. The quartermaster explains step by step what you should try to do to understand how exactly sparks work. So I want you to build a logger and a bunch of stuff. Tell me how it went. So I can't actually do that one yet because we have a quest for the logger. So let's go here, and wood harvesting would be next, so pin that. So I need 10 wood, 2 stone, and 2 sparks. Fair enough. Can I... What happens if I do that? Ah, we commit murder is what happens. How do I stop you? Okay, I think it was like space. Can you break that? Nope. Okay, so I aim at them and I right click to get them to stop. Alright, so I need to find stone. So I need 5 stone, and how much do I have? So I have the stone, I need more wood. Because if we can get some more of the sparks, then we could use those to make a logger, which will give me a place to start automating the wood from. So I don't have to like manually do this. Because that's the way almost all these games will work. Is you'll start out the beginning where you have to like manually do everything. And little by little, you will automate more and more of the process. And that can go a long ways for helping out a bunch of stuff. Okay. So we'll work on that. Because then I need to get 10 logs, then I will be able to make the logger thing. Alright. So I need 2 sparks. I got 2 sparks. I've got that. I need a bit more wood. And then we'll be able to get the wood harvesting set up to get our early automation going. Do you hit my goal? If you're talking about the plus push, then yes. We did hit the goal officially, like it showed the numbers. So I am just waiting to hear back from Twitch because, like I said, I do have the official numbers do show that I have qualified. It's just a matter of, I don't know if I have to wait till the end of the month or like if they'll respond earlier or whatever. But they will let me know that we qualified. Okay. So I've got the stone, the wood, and the things for the sparks. So we can get our early automation set up and all that good stuff. Yeah, so it's pretty awesome. Logistics basics. Sparks are not smart. They will walk in the right side of the path and try to interact with any building to their right. Oh, so it's just showing you the way they work. Alright, so let's pop over here. And you need me to drop 2 of you in there. I wonder how. Ah! Did you get everything ready? I forgot what you should do. Go check at the quest log. Okay. Of course, sensors are so small. They're too low. Let's see, they'll need a low table. And it's done. One very important thing, you'll need, let's see, Bielephant Carpus to build the logger. The Carpus stabilizes the aether in the giant trees you see. Oh, and I don't really know what that means, but let me tell you, I have personally tried harvesting these giant trees without the ether stabilizers, and it took 2 whole months to regrow my mustache. You can find the Bielephant Carpus on Bielephant corpses that are around the woodlands, but for now, I'll give you what I have to spare. Cool. And you have a new quest for me? Alright, so I was thinking, maybe we can get the sparks to not just harvest wood, but actually craft with it? I'll need quite a lot of materials to try out some different ideas, but you and your sparks can do it. Cool. Cool, let's make something new together. Alright, so now we need to get some heckin' wood. So now we need to set up our initial automation. You're now downloading the game too. Excellent. That is what the devs often hope will happen when you see people playing it. Get introduced to a game. All right. So I need 4 more stone and some more wood. Oh, here for right now you can just live there. So I need more stone and I need more wood. So let's go ahead and get that going. Hey, go smash that tree. Because what this will do is it'll change this phase of the game, so instead of going around and like randomly grabbing stuff, I'll be able to take the sparks and actually have them just like hit a tree and reliably get materials from the tree for me. All right. Well, those aren't giving me wood anymore. Okay. I'm assuming at some point I'll either be able to get more sparks under my command, or we'll just get bigger, more capable sparks. That would be the assumption. Alright, how are we looking inventory-wise? Okay, so we should have enough that I can build the logger thing. Very clearly they've got one giant tree down here right next to where you make the sparks. So, pretty safe assumption you're expected to take advantage of this tree here. And we would need to choose build. Okay, and I would need to use that. Hey, Spirit Seeker, thank you for the follow. All right, so let's start with you. And grab one of your tokens. Drop you in here. Pop up here. Drop you there. And may the automation begin. Wait, how is he running that? It's just a button, and they're just rolling back and forth on the button. I greatly appreciate this. Okay, and just like that, we've got them running. All right. So we're hitting a bottleneck of... I don't have enough sparks carrying them. All right, and just like that, the pace is going to pick up a lot. Yeah, so they are now outrunning the rate of replenishment there. So I've got a new one. So in the meantime, they're going to produce that. What do we have for here? There's more materials. Okay. So there's things like assemblers and all that. We can make roads. We don't have storage ready access to that. I also don't know how much this can stock up to. But yeah, so they've got that moving along pretty well. The next question in the order of business is let's check out our journal real fast. See what our quests we have. So we need 100 wood there. So we built the logger. We collect the logs. We built 3 paths. And we need to craft... Oh, so we just need to craft more sparks. Because I have another quest that's going here, your first production line. Let's set that as our active quest. And that's going to give us a shed, among other things. Cool, so let's go to the quartermaster and turn that in, and unlock more tech. Okay. She nods as you explain to her what happened when you create a production line. Her lips relax into a soft, satisfied smile. Yeah. Nice. Here. I made some storage buildings for you and your sparks. Cool. And you do not have another quest for me, so that's okay. Good. Because then I assume what the idea will be is any storage I don't need here, I will want to get storage going. Okay. So 10 wood makes that. Alright, looks like they can actually use one more on here, maybe? Oh. I did not realize. So wait, so I can just be like... Alrighty then. Alright, so... Oh, hey. Oh, that was a mistake. There we go. So you got kind of a Pikmin-like mechanic there. So that's cool. Alright, so I was going to go ahead and build a storage unit like this. Right there. So basically, now they should grab the wood from this. If there's room, they put in this, and if there is not room, they put in there here. Excellent. Meanwhile, we need to have another thing here. Because I'm gonna do this again. And we'll go like this. So that way they start stockpiling the tokens. Alright, while they do their thing there, let's see what trouble I can get into. There are a bunch of these. We can wander around here, get a little bit of exploration done. We've got another thing over here. What's it say? The ancient waypoint stands in front of you. It glows lightly under your touch, and the carvings of the stone begin to soft to create the words. Waypoint enacted, connection not found. Reconnect to waypoint 1. Okay. So can you do anything with that? Oh, I see. You can't, but you could smash the bush up. That's fine. Alright, because what I'm looking for is either new materials we haven't seen yet, or just exploring the area around a little bit, because what's ultimately going to happen is we're going to get 100 wood. Alright, so this is an area that's got tons of wood at it. That's good to know for later. I wonder if there's procedural generation going on over here or not. Or if it is handcrafted. I actually don't know. Alright, so let's see how you're doing. I demand more. Okay, so we're at 65. Destroy everything. Just the entire forest. And just like that, a forest disappears. Now, downsides, they do seem to be only able to carry one thing back. I suspect there'll be something that'll change over time. Like we'll get like a hauling specific one versus this I think is like a general purpose one. Alright, so we should now have enough wood to turn in the quest to get our next piece of tech to advance our stuff. And that's over here, we want that. Perfect timing. Let me show you my final design. So, much of the machinery inside of the building, it simplifies the work for those sparks of yours. But we don't want to have anything too complex. No offense, but they're not very smart. When I try to give them a complex order to one, they just get very confused. Of course, there's always more room for improvement. Let's try it out. To switch from making trees to destroying trees? Absolutely. Alright, so next would be making... That's not the thing I want to. Next would be making the sawmill, which is perfect. We already have what we need for that. So, let's go ahead and get all that up and running. Alright, so let's put the sawmill up here somewhere. Okay, we got that. Get a storage place. Oh, you're out of things to make more of them. Alright, remaining sparks. It's time to go to war. We have need for more souls of our enemies. I mean, gems. Bring me its soul. All of it, please. Oh, good. Once I cut it loose, it decided that just killing things is what I was going to do now, and I didn't have to micro it. Achievement High in the Sky unlocked. Okay. Cool. So, we're just gonna go ahead and get all that going, so that's pretty good. I also appreciate that I don't have to, like, walk around all these, like, ledges and all that. It just takes an extra second to climb or drop down. Alright. We can drop all you in there. Hey, Big Bad Beaver, thank you so much for the raid. That is incredibly generous of you. Welcome in, and what were we streaming, and how did it go, and all that good stuff. But it's good to see you. If I can get a shout out for Big Bad Beaver. Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing a lot of Project Zombie in the past. I do understand you've been checking out some other games recently. I didn't catch what you were playing, though. And according to this, it's saying Project Zomboid. But, we have come to plunder. Excellent. Yeah, so we were playing a bunch of Planet Crafter earlier, and we were checking out Oddsparks. The devs are kind enough to give us a key for it. And we'll actually be joined by the lead director for, the lead creative director for the game later on in the stream. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, you lost your Project Zomboid CDDA character tonight, who lived for 2 months. That's not fun. But I mean, it happens. It's Project Zomboid. But yeah, so we're checking this game out, which coins itself as an automation adventure game. So, wait, what's going on here? Why are we not getting, do I have that backwards? Yeah. But yeah, you know, that happens. So can I pick you up? I assume I can. So I'm trying to figure out is I'm pretty sure the issue I have here is that this is backwards. And I'm not sure how to resolve that now. Oh wait, here we go. Not some move items between there. Let's check the controls and see if we can find it. So we have the build menu, probably under the build menu. Editor tool, here we go. All right. So you're not picking up the wood. Oh, I know why the wood only has one input output. Yes, that's why you're not working. I understand. So what I need to do is I need to go to this building and get rid of it. Because it's not going to help us. And instead, we're going to go ahead and attach these roads so that this group runs the whole way around this path. They'll drop wood off here when, you know, when it needs more wood, and when it doesn't, they'll take on to the next spot. Okay, we'll probably need more of you on here. I understand. That said, what we're probably going to need to do is I'm still going to want to have a place to buffer the wood. So go ahead and drop you here. And if I didn't already mention, you should definitely check out Big Bad Beaver, because they're fantastic content creator doing all sorts of stuff. You getting Pikmin vibes? It does have some Pikmin vibes. But yeah, it is an automation game, but just the way you control your little sparks is very Pikmin-esque. Alright, meanwhile, I need 80 wood and I need some timber, so we're working on the timber. Alright, so the next thing is we're probably going to need more wood. Oh wait, we don't have a way of getting the carcass for getting the other things. But yeah, so we're very early game, still learning the game and all that stuff. But it did just release today. Well, depending on what your time zone is. But it did just release. We did play this when it was, I think it was in the Steam Next Fest. For those who don't know me, we're sorry, we're gonna get hit with an ad break. I totally missed that was coming. But for those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has been beaten. But I do play a large range of games, so we've been playing some Planet Crafter, we played Subnautica in the past. I've done lots of like Tycoon and City Builder and all that. We played tons of RimWorld among many other games. So I do play a whole bunch, that sounds good. Don't forget to drop your files and all that way you can find your way back. We are checking this out, having a good time. We're still early game, so we're waiting until we get 40 saw, lumber, whatever. Let's check our quests and what else we have. Let's see. So we got the 40 lumber there. Oh wait, you want me to... Oh wait, alright, so we actually have another thing we can do here. So let's pin you. Because I should have everything I need for this one. No, because I'm using all of this. Give me that back. Alright, so we need to go commit some murder. Because I need to get some more Aether Spirit, whatever they call, the things that let me make these guys. Alright. So I just need a little bit more of that. Okay. Then we can turn the quest, and I think it's going to give us another type of these units. But yeah, no, it's definitely been a fun time, like, chill vibes, kind of Pikmin-esque vibes. We've been going pretty hard at Planet Crafter recently. I played that for the first time yesterday, and it's been real hard to not play after stream. But I very much have been enjoying this so far as well. How are you doing on that timber, by the way? Almost enough that we'd be potentially able to get more going. Alright. So let's run down here, get back out of here to the village, and see what we can get going on with this area. But yeah, so we're going to be joined by the creative director for the game here later on in the stream. Oh, it's down there, I think? No, that's the mayor. It won't be till towards the end of the stream, so probably about another just shy of 3 hours before they'll be dropping in. And then they'll have a bunch of people from the team hanging out chat. It's quite a lot, I know, but I'm sure you'll be able to do it very quickly. Or did you get everything already? Yeah, I totally forgot I need to turn this in. Cool. It's done. So there's no way of building without the ancient bases. The piping is vital, and I can't quite replicate it, but I've also made it process agnostic. It means you can use it with other types of sparks. What? I know there are more shrines out there. I bet a warm dinner that there's more sparks too. Oh, I always thought that some of these statues were minor deities, but I think there were these creatures. Oh. Okay. And so it does let me keep the spares. That's good. I just wanted to test that early on. Alright, so when we look at our quest log, I have just the one about making the materials for the saw. We did get a thing for making... What's the new thing we got? Alright, Stumpy Spark. Okay. So we can make Stumpy Sparks now. Alright, so let's see what the Stumpy Sparks thing is going to be. So it mentioned that we have to use the ancient pipelines. So I'm assuming if I go right here and I say Spark Workbench. Yeah, so it won't let me put it just anywhere. So I need to find here. The problem with being all the way up here, though, is I don't have ready access to material. And you require what? So you require wood and aether shards. So we're gonna go like this, we're gonna go like that. 2 of you get to work. So if I put the production line running the whole way up here, I can certainly expect some pain. But I'm wondering if it's pain I want to do anyways, because it means I'll need a ton of them to operate it. I don't think there's another big tree nearby, nor do I have the materials to do the big tree thing. Let's see what these sparks even do. Oh, wait, we already have Stumpy Sparks. Hang on, stop it. Give those back. Take these back. Okay. So, we've already done that. Let's not worry about that. We can go to the village expansion, and we'll probably get some more stuff. I'm assuming that's where we're going to get the more sparks, is just exploring and finding new areas. But let's grab you. That should give me more than enough of the timber to do this. At which point I'm sure we'll sit there and, you know, we'll have like stone or whatever the next material is. We'll start unlocking what we need to make that happen. Let's go to the village elder and get this done. So we need... The mayor takes an inventory of the items she asked for with disbelief. Amazing! I never imagined that you'd get so much so quickly. Thank you so much, my dear. We'll make sure to put these all to good use. Don't forget to take breaks, okay? I'm proud of you, no matter what you do. Always have been. Alright, so now we get a merchant. Have you talked to the merchant? Most folks don't tend to come so far in the middle of nowhere, but they were very interested in staying when they heard about your sparks. I already have some plans for the next project. Do you want to help? No, thank you. Thank you so much, dearie. Be careful out there. All right, give me this. Okay, so now everyone has a quest for me. Fair enough. I have a question. Are those sparks of yours good at defending themselves? Or say, a trade caravan? We avoid disturbing wild animals, but sometimes they attack. And of course, there's also bandits. Maybe they can help. But you should start with something weak. Hunt some field spunnies for me. You can find them in the woodlands. Don't confuse them for forest bunnies, alright? If you attack one of those, the whole nest will come after you. Alright, so they're gonna basically teach us to kill things. We actually already have been doing that, but that's okay. You start telling the Divine Researcher about the 2 new shrines you've just unlocked at the village monument, especially the Crafty Spark Shrine. When he interrupts you. Oh, no. I didn't tell you that there were other sparks? I'm so smart. I think you technically owe me a warm dinner, but I'll let you off for now. Cool, so you want me to make crafty sparks. Oh, enough gloating from this old man. It's time to do some work. All right. Let's see. Oh, just starting? Yeah, we're pretty early on. Hello there. So, do you know how your sparks can turn logs into saw timber? I was thinking maybe we can get them to do something even more refined. Would you give me a hand? Cool, so we need to make wood panels. Great, let's try expanding just a little and see how the logger and the saw bench work in scale. Cool. These sparks are very silly. They keep walking around in the very long ways. They need instructing. Okay. So we'll be able to make him smarter. She grins eagerly, waiting for you to bring in the materials. Okay, so basically, we just got handed a bunch of quests. Like, we hit like a whole new tier. So probably the first one is gonna most likely be the Crafty Spark, is what I'm guessing. No, it's not, because I have to get the wood panels. Alright, so we're gonna do the woodcraft next. So it's implying we're going to end up needing another sawmill bench, whatever the thing is. So I'm assuming we'll have that saw bench, we'll have a different one for panels. So let's pop over here. And plop this down and just see what we have here. So we can... Alright, well I don't see a difference here. Oh, so you want... Okay. I see. So we want to make another logger, but to make another logger, I need to get whatever that is. So for right now, let's go ahead and remove that. I do seem to get all my materials back, so that's good news. And interestingly enough, it still gave me credit for the quest. So, wait, did it give me, Okay, so it did not give me this thing. So we need to find that hide from that enemy it wanted me to get the... Well, the hide we used for the, words are hard. The hide we use for the big trees. So we need to figure out where we get that. Meanwhile, we have a side quest for murdering the little rabbit things. So let's keep doing that. The ancient root glows... Oh, we have to upgrade for that. We have Lomi Spark, we have this. We got a chest. Materials. Alright. Interesting. I assume we'll need the floaty sparks for that. Okay. I have a feeling I'm going to not have a good time with that. Let's see here. What did I need for you? Alright, for you, I needed whatever that material is. Let's go check our thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's go check the thing here. An organic material primarily used in building is a hard carapace of the Bielephant, used to counterbalance. Alright. Well, that's a Frowlet, not a Bielephant, so let's not worry about that, because I have a feeling those are just going to murder my things really easily. So I think we're in the wrong neighborhood. But we need to figure out where we can find a Bielephant, because we need to do that for chopping stuff, for like getting the hides or whatever. Alright, so we got more of this area we can't quite reach. There's also a chance I'll open one of those boxes. It'll just be there. That's a carry spark. Finding lots of good materials, but not what I need. Okay, those are the forest ones. It's like, just be careful, they're dangerous. Yeah, so those just seem to be... Oh, that to me looks like that's probably a Bielephant. Alright. Get 'em. Murder. It's very Pikmin-esque here. Got achievement Beginner's Luck. Excellent. Alright. So, we lost some characters to it, but all the screams of Pikmin are haunting, like, coming back. Oh yeah, no, Pikmin got brutal sometimes. You'd sit there and go in, just like, all the Pikmin getting wiped out, and you're just like, yep, this feels good. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is run down here. I'm pretty sure I've already killed enough of those, but just in case. There, we definitely have killed enough now. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and run down here to... Yeah, so we've got that. So we've got some trees over here. We got some trees over there. Let's go these trees over to the left. Because there's not another big tree for me to put the logger on anywhere down there. So I'm going to go ahead and pop over to this tree here, I think. We can go build. Set you up. Have that kick out there. We're going to go here to the sawmill. So I need more wood for that, really. We can solve that pretty easy. Alright, and we can go here to the saw bench. I wonder if those will even work. Okay, we have to move it. I was trying to make it so they would share the same spot, but it doesn't work. Oh, is that blocked by that tree? I understand what's going on now. Okay. So for a moment, we got to figure out where I can turn that so that we can potentially, So that's blocked. That is a little space we can work with. We can go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3. All right, so we're gonna be making a bunch of that. We can also go here to our storage. And a buffer there. Cool. So I've now got all of that set up. Now it just wants us to get the 80 timber. Our other one's been running this whole time. So we're definitely going to need to get better working sparks to cut down the trees to give me more room to work with. Or find a way to just transport it all out of there. But that's okay. Let's pop down here, because they've been running this whole time. The sparks are never permitted to rest. Never. I will need to add you down there. What are you? Yes, we're a clump. All right. So let's go ahead and deliver this stuff to our woodcutter to be able to get the wood panels made. No rush with the thing I asked you for. These things take their time, but if you forget, you can look at your quest log for what to do. Look, man. You describe your findings as the woodman appraises the saw timber. He nods slowly. His mind is connecting dots to the finer details of the spark-sized machines. Oh, yes, of course. This makes it a lot easier. You can just create multiple settings for everything. Think of it like a recipe, and you can create new settings at the saw bench. All you need to do is this. Cool, so it wants us to make the panels, and now it's just the thing showing the UI, which we've already found the UI for that more than once. There's all that. Let's also walk over to the merchant, because the merchant gave us a side quest that we did. Oh. In one hit, you say? Oh, that's much better than I expected. They looked so cute, I thought they wouldn't be able to do much. Here, a little something for your time. Oh. Okay, let's skip the forest bunnies. Do you think your sparks can hunt a elephant? Oh. I've heard that there's a only docile type of the woods near the village, so they shouldn't be too dangerous. You should take as many sparks as you can with you. I'm pretty sure a elephant will need more than one hit. I've seen that trunk break bones. Don't get yourself hurt, okay, alright? Or Mayor's gonna give me an earful. Oh, I'm glad the mayor will give you an earful if I die. I wouldn't want you to get properly punished. But a stern talking to sounds just about on point. Alright, so let's grab this. Plunk those down. So now let's look if I build another one of these. I need more wood, that's fine. That's the reason I'm keeping this here. And we can build here, make a saw bench. It's pretty much exactly what I was expecting. Alright, so we need to move some things around because it is time for change. So you are being moved here. And you are being moved there. You are getting to work. Meanwhile, let's go for the bigger storage. Oh, wait. Oh, that's just for me to store my items. That's not for them to work. That's fine. Just because I have a feeling we're gonna end up doing more with this. I keep doing this. I keep doing this exact same problem again and again and again. Someday I'll learn. Alright. Now, the big thing I'm going to run into here to take advantage of a lot of this Alright, so what we can do here is we can make more. There we go. They're putting more of them on the line. So I'm hoping to see as we get this paced out where that they're constantly being filled here where I don't need to babysit them. So we see them either come off of here where they don't have a log. All right. Two more. Two more should probably have us covered there. That's what I'm trying to keep an eye on, is just, I want just enough so I have like one waiting here. There we go. I think we got a perfect pace for him. Alright, so they are starting to catch that up, that's fine. This honestly probably have more than we need. That'll be fine. Okay. So we are starting to make the panels, that's fine. Alright, so let's go ahead and run and see if we can't find our Bielephant and go fight it, get another hide and all that stuff. To get that quest knocked out. But in the meantime, things are going pretty well with a lot of what we're working on down there. We've got the panels being made. We do have the... No, no one leaves. No one leaves. Cool, I wasn't expecting that. I was just looking for the Bielephant, not a Bielephant corpse. There's definitely an idea of things spawning and respawning kind of thing. That is a Bielephant with glowing red eyes. Okay, so I see. So it's the whole idea that I need to call them back while it winds up its attack. I wasn't thinking you could actually time it. So they're still losing some of them. But, that is much better. Alright. Cool. So we've got all that going on. So I killed the bee elephant. And I need more of those. I need to make the crafty one. Alright, so that'll probably be the next one, which is where we can make our sparks smarter. I do wonder if there's a cap of how many sparks you can put on a road. Because I definitely feel like we're going to be effectively importing materials long distances to take advantage of all the lumber. Using it like a conveyor belts in like Factorio or whatever. That's making better time than I thought it would. We can also go over here and, oh, do I already have enough materials? I do. Alright. Because I was going to say, there is the idea that we could sit there and just have, like, all the different tree stuff importing all the same place. Alright, so you want me to add 20 wood panels and 40 planks. She nods her approval at the hand and hands you several detailed blueprints, ready to be used. Her lips curl into a satisfied, proud smile. They're very good at following instructions. Too good. With the crossing and the splitter, they'll sometimes block each other. Maybe they just need more instructions. I have some ideas. Alright, so item filter and blockers. So basically we're effectively making like logistic belts and all that. Alright, so you want me to build 2 signs. A customizable signpost that marks a location on the map. And now I've built those. Give me my materials back. Excellent. So they're doing a perfectly good job of transporting all that stuff. So that'll just finish itself pretty soon. I guess in the meantime, what I could do is I can go over to these other 2 trees. And even though I'm not going to really need anyone to be working on them, there's more trees over here. We could just assign people to them, build the, build all this stuff. Like, and I'll assign people to that later. But that gets the materials out of our inventory. Alright, so you're almost done shipping the sawed timber. Can I move that by chance? No. I didn't think it was going to be able to. Alright, so that'll finish your objectives. Let's go ahead and turn that in. So basically, they're going to let me do some complicated logistics later. We don't have need for it quite yet. Use them, okay? The item filter is very useful. You learn how to use it. Yeah, so let me effectively share a road with multiple material types. We already killed the bee elephant. Let's run down here and turn that into you. The merchant stares at you in disbelief as you recount your efforts to take down the bee elephant. Their eyes flicker left and right as they try to mentally connect things, and finally they look at you. I need to talk to the mayor about this. I don't think you or anyone else in this village actually understands what this means and how this will look to others. You've made something that can manufacture an army. There's a saving grace that you're not particularly capable, but in the wrong hands, they're already capable enough. I'll have to take care of this. You can go. I have lots of letters to write. And now is when we go to war. All right. So village expansion and this. So do we just have the option of making? Yeah, so I can't change the recipe. I also can't remember if that was there to begin with or I built that. I think we had that there to begin with. All right. So let's just go to our journal for the village expansion. Because we've already got that going. Meanwhile, let's see. So we have... Right, we have to expand the range on the main building. Let's see what requires to expand the range, and then we'll go from there. Because we expand the range, then we can probably get some other stuff happening. Hey, Jasoundry, how's it going? So let's go here, check on that main one, see what material it wants to advance things. All right. That was pretty straightforward. Let's see. You can plan out, prioritize requests. That's stone. We've unlocked ancient waypoints. We can go ahead and get the log. I've got this thing. Additional slots for active sparks. I've got you too. Don't worry, buddy. I got all these materials. You can now rush sparks in to an aim. It sends all your sparks currently typed towards the cursor. Gotcha, so I can hit R and just throw stuff at it. You know, figuratively. Okay, so we just did a lot of things, is what we just did. Are you having fun streaming? This game looks like a nice game. Yeah, I am having fun streaming. We started with Planet Crafter and then we moved on to this. This has been fun. It's sort of... What are you trying to tell me? Is there... Why do you have hearts? What is that icon? But it sort of gives you, like, vibes of something like kind of Factorio, kind of Pikmin. How's the spark stuffs going? You update the woodsman about how what recently happened, including that you recently unlocked some new shrines at the village monument. You know, when my grandfather explored the woodlands long a while ago, he described his notes and shrines, strange like statue. Think it might be a spark machine. I'll mark it on your map. Hey, Lanix, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that and all good stuff. Looks like Pikmin, but more engineering and less gardening. Exactly. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing and all good stuff? All right, so you want me to make a crafty spark? I hope those notes are useful. You'll find something there. Grandy never had the best handwriting. But yeah, so I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were we streaming and all good stuff. But thank you so much for the raid. I'm just being overwhelmed. Exciting news! I was going through some of my older notes and I found something on an unusual shrine. I always confused me because it didn't have a little creature on top. I don't think you found it yet. I'll mark it on your map. Except, be careful out there, you hear? Don't get too close to mantis stags. I'm assuming that'll be the I would like to delete my sparks shrine. Or I would like to convert my sparks back to material shrine. But let's see. So, Lanix, recently you've been playing some Dwarf Fortress, Palia, and a game of dwarves. Nice. All excellent games. I myself don't personally play Dwarf Fortress, just UI things, but I do respect that it is a game that has a lot of depth and interesting stuff going on for it. Okay, so it wants me to go over here to the west. That's the reason I didn't know how to do the crafty spark whatevers, because I didn't have the area discovered. So let's go take our little friends over here. And oh, you know what? Didn't we unlock that we could? So we've got nothing new there. We got the logistics here. What I was trying to remember. Yes, so I actually have a place for even more of them. And then we'd also be able to do different varieties and yada yada yada. But even more of them. You touch the shrine and it slowly whirs into life. It seems to be running some kind of test of checking if everything still works. This one too spits out a rather strange creature into your arms. The shrine registers that Crafty Spark is immediately activated as part of the test. The Crafty Spark waves at you, ready and eager to receive instructions. However, before anything can be done, with a puff of magic, it turns into a wooden disc that fits in your hand. With the deactivation successful, the shrine states it is now fully operational and is ready to be assigned sparks. Let's see. Stream went well. You encountered your first bug in one of the 3 games you played today. And it crashed the game 2 times. We played some Dwarf Fortress, checked out the latest update of Palia, since they just updated yesterday, and added a ton of quality of life for controller users, which you very much appreciate. The game of Dwarves is super buggy, but worth it for it being from 2011. Neat. Okay, so this one is slightly worse than Offense, slightly more efficient. A rather grumpy looking bunch, but it seems like they actually enjoy working hard. Alright, so my assumption is they are better at being crafty. Oh, good. We use our other sparks to make these sparks. Excellent. And I keep trying to hit the wrong buttons, and it doesn't help when I do that. You also require the planks to do that. So you work on that for a minute. Cut down everything. The forest must go. And Lanix on their 5 stream streaks. Yeah, on their 5 stream streak. Congratulations, extra 450 points. For a moment, I was like, sir, go get this out. I caught that it wasn't a respond. You were promised capers, livers, and onion. I've not been a big liver person, but I do enjoy me some capers. Like, liver's fine. It's just never been one of those ones I've been really into. Okay, so put you there. So the next question is, if I use the efficient ones, will they be able to chop down these trees? And also, should I be transferred up? All right. Can you chop down this tree? No. All right. So, what I'm going to need to do is get materials down here to work on that. Actually, can I move this now? That's the things I didn't check. Can I move you? If I go here, say move. No. All right, so that means I need to bring wood to, well, I need to bring the tokens to you and the planks to you. Okay. This is gonna be highly inefficient. All right. So this is going to be terrible efficiency-wise, because we're going to have to put so many sparks on this to have them shift the stuff back and forth. But at the same time, I don't really have a good way of bringing the materials there otherwise, so we're going to make do. All right, so the first thing I need to do is... You, friend, are about to get a longer journey. And meanwhile, I'm going to grab you and shift you over there. And we've changed their path a little bit. And the reason I changed their path a little bit... Oh, that's only an input. There's no output. Can I make one with an output? Hey, Shed, do you work as an output? I see the problem. So the problem is they're going to take it from there, and they're going to grab that wood first most of the time. Alright, well, it's not going to work great, but we're going to go with it anyways. In the meantime, though, let's switch... Oh, did I miss a spot? Hang on. So what we could do here is get rid of that. I did see that we've got this thing now, so I can use this. As our buffer. We can take this out of here. Probably overkill for this. Okay, so they should be able to take those over here and use that to shift that all the way over here to where we've got this going on. Like I said, this is going to take forever. It's going to be highly inefficient. But it does give us a not zero number of the crafty sparks. Meanwhile, I will also need to go down here real fast. And we can just plop this down. Oh, nope. You come back. Just leave one of you there, because I probably won't need more. Okay. Now the other thing I need is I will need the planks from here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do with that is we'll make another one of those things. Oh, I need more logs. That's fine. Make another one of these things. As a buffer. So the problem is they're going to grab from that one and go over this way. I don't want to have them all go this huge distance, so let's see what we can do for our logic stuff. Item filter. If placed on the path, sparks only pass this sign if the item they are carrying matches the item of the sign. If they do not match, they will continue walking. That lets them cross back and forth. That's a splitter. That's a blocker. If placed on this path, can be activated, deactivated, it's fine. So they are going to grab these tokens, and that's going to be a big problem. So for right now, we could do that. Meanwhile, let's get the crafty ones, because I feel like we're going to need to go into all these buildings and say, craft, you're better at this, so you're fired. Because they're better at getting this done. Alright, so some of them should get over here and manage to grab those. And like I said, I expect this to be incredibly inefficient, but I do expect to be able to get some of the crafting stuff in place here. As evidenced by the fact that there's a non-zero number of them over there. Alright. We'll have to come up with ways to have, like, buffers and all that sort of stuff later. Alright, so examine the other shrine. Where was the other shrine? The other shrine's up here. Now I'm assuming, like I said, this is one that if we made sparks, we're like, I don't need more of these sparks. That this is the get rid of some sparks things. You touch a shrine, it slowly whirs to life. It seems to be running a test and is checking to see if everything works. There is a hiss of steam as the machine finishes this process. It seems to refine aetheric pellets into aether shards. I see. So basically, this will give me a way of getting more of the ether spark stuff automatically from a higher density material to a lower density. So make that last longer. That's fair. Alright. Cool. I'm just gonna let that run. Alright, so you want me to deliver a bunch, you know, a crafty spark, a ton of the regular sparks down here, and some wooden panels. You ask too much. Yeah, that's just going to get choked here, because they're going to grab the crafty spark, the regular spark stuff. You know, there's actually a way I can deal with this. The way I can deal with this is we'll go right here, and we'll add this. So if they go through, and then they fill this thing up, they'll just put the extra down there, which will effectively take them back out of the inventory. Alright, so let's go and put some more crafty sparks in the other thing. Hey, She-Wolf, things are going well. So let's go ahead and take the crafty sparks over here and assign them to the other production buildings. And just keep them producing as fast as we can. I mean, honestly, this one doesn't need the better ones yet. It's already keeping pace. But, just in case. Okay. Yep, they're moving stuff as best they can for the moment, but it is going to be slow. Never noticed this welcome message? Yep. Alright, so I need 40 of those panels. So I've got the panels. I do have a spare one there. Yeah, so that one doesn't need a crafty spark. That one already, like, all these already have crafty sparks. There's not really a point to doing more there. So we do have a crafty spark I can turn in for the quest. So I just need the other sparks to be made. Which they are working on as fast as they can. Alright. Do we have any art quests to work on in the meantime? Not really. It's just literally make a bunch of sawed timber and that. I do have a ton of wood in my inventory. Let's deliberately toss the extra in here to save me some inventory space. I can't even tell. Are you getting any of them over here now, or is it like literally just all buffered? Okay, so they're basically just all buffered there. They're not even getting them through. So we're gonna end up needing units who can either carry stuff faster or more. It looks cute, yeah. It's sort of like Factorio meets Pikmin. There's a lot of similarities with all those. That's perfect. So I've been neglecting this, and oh my god, please. And while I've been neglecting it, we have managed to fill this up. And I need, I don't remember. I'll just grab like 100. All right. But yeah, so we can go ahead and I just need more of the Stumpy Sparks. Alright, so let's turn in what we've got. I'm not going to be able to turn in the other one with the Stumpy Sparks. I'm making too many of them into crafty sparks. Which is probably a mistake. But, oh, you need more than that. I'm sorry. You need 160. I did not catch that part. I am observing the second sawmill isn't getting material. So I'll have to figure that out eventually. Let's see. Yeah, so we have 160? Cool. Alright, so we need 160 of those and 80 of the other. I don't think we have 80 of the other. No. Let's drop off the 160 timber, because that's going to be a huge amount of our inventory we'll just free up from that. Alright. So this is for the village expansion. So I can go here and say, please take this all. That's splitting the stack. Alright, so now I need more of the panels. And keeping all that going. We should have plenty of panels there now. Let's go down to our panels and drop that off. I just remembered we have fast travel, don't we? Ancient waypoint requires fuel. It's interesting having the waypoints require fuel to operate. You're such a hard worker, dearie. Thank you so much. We put this to good use and fix up a few things around the village. Cool. Give me those back. Hello, dearie. I've heard you've started exploring closer and closer to the mountains. I know I've said this before, but please do be careful out there. Anyways, what it means is you should start to see things where someone who can help you take care of the stone and such things. And what that means is we should build some stoneworking facilities. Okay. It's quite a lot of things. No need to rush yourself. Take breaks. So, I was hoping that maybe you could give your Sparks a wood blade, and maybe they could cook something. But of course, most of them don't even have arms. Very frustrating. However, I've seen the wood station the woodsman built. It doesn't exude finesse, but certainly, we can make something of this. Let me show you my blueprints. Okay. Where Sparks can process organic items. Wonderful. Let's see what those Sparks are capable of. We're going to be processing organic items. Excellent. Oh ho ho! Yes, come here. I finally have my old research notes. Unfortunately, they're not very readable. For some strange reason, there are some footprints on them. But it doesn't matter. So, from what I can gather, there are 3 shrines out in the left of the woodlands. One bean-looking statue, a bowl-looking statue, and a knife-looking statue. So that means there's new Sparks for you to go find and for me to replicate. Some of the notes are a little mixed up, so I think it's best if you can give me materials for all 3. And then I'll research them all at once. Good things come in threes, you know. Cool. Alright, so you want me to... Oh my god, there's so many Sparks. You know, it's funny. One of my old inventions was a bean bowl knife. It contained a meal with all the utensils you needed to eat. All in one package. Just too far ahead of its time, I suppose. Alright. So, the merchant was bothering me about getting Sparks to make something useful instead of raw materials like saw, timber, and wood panel. But the problem is, we need a new building if they need to actually assemble something. The sawmill won't cut it this time. You get it? Please laugh at my joke. I need this. The merchant said that pun wasn't very good, but I think they secretly liked it. Okay, perfect. For now, this wood workshop can only make wooden blades. Not good for much other than training the household uses, but it's a start. If the merchant complains about wanting something more useful, well, they can figure it out for themselves. Cool. I had a thought. If the Sparks can assemble things, maybe we could get them to refine something more challenging. Hopefully I'm not barking up the wrong tree. Okay, so we've got more Sparks. I just thought of that one on the spot. It would probably get an eye roll from the merchant. Okay. There are so many things happening at once. I have some more ideas, and I think they'll be very useful. So we get one-way paths and counters. All right. Okay, so I finally need to go back there. What the heck do I have in my list of quests now? All right, so let's knock out that tier 3 or tier 2 I still got going. I do appreciate they have like a tier system. Be like, yo, you're expected to finish this one earlier. Because sometimes you'll be like, I don't understand what I'm missing, and have some quest from way earlier that's just sat the whole time. All right. So I've got all this going on. Alright, so the good news is we are getting a bunch of these sparks made. Which is going to be a whole thing. So let's try to go over here and let's check both on our supply of the sparks and all that. So we're burning through those supplies. I still have an obnoxious amount of wood because we're not getting enough wood here. And we're not getting enough wood to keep the panels running. Alright, so crafty spark, and we still need a bunch of stump sparks, of which I've got those. So what I might do for right now is stop them from running back and forth for right now. And just let that build up a supply till we get... Actually, that's 40 right there. I also need the wood panels. Alright, so let's turn in this quest to get this one knocked out, to get the next thing unlocked, to keep things moving forward. It'll be interesting to see what we can do for, setting up more intentional buffers and all that. So I need you... Okay, so we're taking this to the researcher. Yes, this is very simple. Oh ho ho! Chances are the truly favors the preparative mind. Let me show you about setting these things up. Easy as rolling off a log. Cool. So tell me about the other shrine you found. An Aetheric distiller? That's incredible. Tell me everything. You describe in detail the Aetheric distiller as the divine researcher furiously takes notes of your findings. His eyes narrow in thought. Of course, it's similar to the existing Aether clarification processes, but combines the initial disassembly and... Oh, this is genius. We must try making one. Cool. After another round of questioning regarding the finer details of the Aetheric distillery, the divine researcher puts down his pen and grins. This is revolutionary. You should let it run for a while. After that, you can tell me about it. Okay. That's still a tier 2 one. That should be pretty easy. It wants me to just craft a bunch of those things. I could just chuck a bunch of stuff into the machine and let it go. I suspect what ends up happening is you learn about these things, and instead of just plunking this down and operating it where it stands, probably have an area you can kind of consolidate stuff to make it work a little bit smoother. So with the Aetheric distillery still up there, let's get all of our stuff. So we can grab you, drop you in, and just let it run. And I believe that'll actually give me the 40 I need. We can take these and drop them down, just have them making more sparks, because I did get rid of all of my sparks to finish that last quest. So top that off. Meanwhile, I can pop over here again. Drop more timber in there. Keep all that moving. Yeah, so these sparks feel like ones I don't want to use for combat purposes. Okay, so the distillery is doing its thing. Alright, how do I want to go about this? So we still have the lumber all going on over here. I can't really take advantage of it because all of these bigger trees in the way, we haven't gotten something that can get rid of them. And I don't really have a good way of snaking through here to make anything meaningful happen. We do have that going. And I do have all of these places I can build stuff up here as well. So let's try and see what we can do with that. I can have them making the flat plank stuff, but right now I kind of want them just to keep on that, which is fine. I suspect as time goes on, we'll knock down all these trees and we'll just have like more and more of an expansion of our operations. I'm basically just going, you know what? Let's just shut this down for right now. We can make more of the crafty ones later. Right now I have needs for the others. Actually, do I want to keep that going? How many do we have here? So I've got that. How many do I actually need for the quest for right now? 80. Alright. So what I'm going to do... 1, 2... have a non-zero number of them running. 1, 2... 3... well... 3, 4... Okay. Cool. I do want to get myself a full set of 20 real fast, so I've got like a full complement of things I can go fight stuff with. And then we'll move on to trying to explore more areas. Okay. So by the time I get back up here, we should have the Aether Shards crafted, and it'll be good. I can also drop my last little piece of the, stuff in here. Oh, it was full is what the problem was. Yeah, so you should be able to get that last little bit in there, and that'll be good. I am curious with some of these other buildings we're going to be unlocking where we'll be able to process organics. Alright, so the wood workshop, we'll be able to make the knives, swords, whatever they are. Alright, so let's turn this in. This is too cute, you might have to get this game. Yeah, so it is an automation game. It's just like, got like the Pikmin kind of style controls. I am using this mostly as just a way of clearing my inventory out of the timber. Usually in these kind of games, the most important thing is to be producing stuff at all. And then, you know, if you could scale it up, even better. But at least if you're producing stuff at all, you are making progress. Versus, you know, doing so in an efficient manner is obviously something desirable, but not necessarily the end of the world. The divine researcher writes down what you described and let the distillery run. Suddenly, an almost maniacal laughter erupts from him. Oh, it's so simple, it practically defies explanation. We won't need those ancient bases. You can place this distillery anywhere. Try it out. Something this important requires a peer review. Oh, filter items? Okay. Can I build in here? No. Because I just want to, like, finish the quest real. Because what I'm going to do real fast is I just need to build them for the quest to count. then go here and say, never mind, never mind. And I can go to the quartermaster, turn in that quest, and have another one done. Yes, it's basically introducing us to one mechanic after the other, that each time we take a step forward.
Yeah.
Finally, we can figure out how many sparks should go on a path. Cool.
Oh.
The Stumpy Spark reminded me of my little brother. He used to follow me around, stuck to me like a spark. He's a rancher now. Let's make a spark pen, like an animal pen, but for sparks. Okay. I don't know what that's going to do, but okay. Sawed timber and wood panels. So let's drop you there, grab 2 stacks. So, oh, wait. Yeah, so we have all the wood panels we need right now. We can go to the sawed timber. I've been stockpiling that up here. I cannot wait to chop down half of this forest. Alright, so we got 80, but I still need 40 more. There's a good chance we have it over here, but there also might not be. I'm not producing enough for the buffer chests. And we are producing just a ton of panels. Yeah, so I've got nothing in the buffer here, and this is running about as fast as we can. Partly because I'm not getting enough wood out of here. I do have 2... Oh, yeah. So they're producing as fast as they can. It's mostly just too many things consuming it right now. Let's see. Yeah, I could potentially get more stuff processing on the line as well. It's fine. It won't take that long. Because we'll get the wood panels done, we'll get those extra, sawed logs done. And grab the aether that's sitting here. Keep that moving. Alright, while that's running... Loamy Spark. Alright, what do I need to make a Loamy Spark? The ancient ruins glow lightly under your touch, and the carvings begin to shift. Test. Alright, so we don't actually meet the requirements to do the Loamy Spark. I understand. More than likely we have materials that I'm going to need to be processing here. So we do need to make the workshop here. Which is said assemble wooden complex things. Oh no, I have enough of that. Okay, so let's turn those in. I have enough of the materials to make the spark pen, which I'm curious about what the spark pen is gonna do. Like, if they'll be able to process materials for me. Like, there's gonna be something for it. So we'll get that going, but then I think we need to get the workshop going next to start getting weapons and all that. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? Alright, so... Okay. It works. Doesn't hold a lot, but still, it's nice. Have fun with it. Okay, and I've finished everything for you. You want the Loamy Spark, which I can't make happen yet. You want me to upgrade, which we can't do that yet, so wooden blades will be next. So let's pin that. Alright. We need to expand our operations more and more. That's really what I'm at, is I'm not getting the expansion I need to be doing done. All right. So let's see here. If I were to build that, I need more planks. But the kind of okay, just trying to sleep. How's everyone? How are things? Like things are good. All right. So I have a couple ways we could potentially do this. One thing I can do is deliberately split the materials between multiple locations as a way of balancing this. So let's run over here to where I've got all of these going on. Yeah, so I've got the forest over here. Let's plan to build up there. And see what I can get going here. So right now, these aren't going to be particularly useful. But that's fine. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to pop up here. I need to make the saw bench, which means I need more logs. So make a saw bench up here. We're cutting down all the trees to give myself some space to work. Nope. So that just absolutely murdered everything. So I'd like to draw them away, because that's not good. You're feeling pretty mad, but fortunately standing here manages to distract you from the thoughts that make me feel mad. That's always one of the things I do try to provide, is a distraction for people. All right, so we just got a whole lot of our sparks murdered, as you do. How many? All right. Now I still needed to make more. Okay. All right, so I'm seeing that I just really need to increase the production of sparks. Okay. So I've repopulated the group, so those mantis things are no joke. We definitely need to stay away from those. My hope is that this isn't close enough that they're just going to get drawn into our people again and again. It's like, did they go away where I left them? Awesome. Perfect. In that case... Alright. So you're going to work on that. And go here. We get that set up. Meanwhile, I want to go here and get a splitter.
What's the worst that could happen?
It'll need another splitter. Oh, that's not the right thing. I wanted a splitter, and that's not what I put down. Oh, right, because there's only one path. It's like, but why aren't you doing the other paths? Right, there are none. Alright, let's actually move the splitter here real fast. Move it from here. And we're instead gonna put it there. Okay. So the idea behind this is it should have them splitting up into different directions to more evenly distribute these things. And so we're going to need a couple of these. And then the hope is that I'll be able to feed more and more sparks onto it. And we'll be able to make that work. Oh, meanwhile, for the moment, we'll just set up some storage over here. No, you shouldn't be the ones here, we need you. Because the crafty ones are faster. Alright. And we'll go one more time over here. To the logistics, I want another saw bench. What I'm going to do is I'm going to feed more of these, I'm going to try. I'm going to try and feed a bunch of these into the same path. Now, let's give them a moment to catch up and see how this works. So the hope is that I will be able to saturate this belt with them, and that will be able to keep things moving. Because there's a delay with them picking up here that I'm hoping I'll be able to feed 2 belts into here at the same time. And get that all to work. Yeah, so now they're making all those planks. So one thing I want to do here right now is for all of you, Let's put a stop to this. We can grab you, move this building over here. And we've got that all set up. And we can go over here. And take that apart real fast. I can't quite get an angle on that one that's useful. Let's see if I can do anything to move that one. So I could face it that way, but it's obstructed by this. That way it's fully blocked by trees. That way it's fully blocked by trees. I can turn it this way, but I believe we had the same issue with... Oh, actually, I might be able to sneak the... Okay, we can go here. Oh, my inventory is full? Okay, that's not what I was hoping for, but that's fine. Oh, you don't have any sparks in you. I was like, why aren't you running? Yeah, if you don't have anyone working on it, you don't get much done, do you? All right. So let's see what we can do to make this work as best we can. So first, get rid of that bush. So ideally what I need to do is have them able to get back to the same spot. So what I could actually do is let's shift this over. So you go to this one. This is no longer bridged. We go here, delete that spot. We go ahead and get rid of that. All right. Yeah, so the issue here is I'm gonna want to branch that one off as well. It's fine for right now. We're gonna want to branch that off to its own pipe here as well. So basically, each of these is supporting 1.5 of the sawmills. And those are going to work to get these. I want to go up here and have that start producing other goods as well. Which will take a similar tactic, not to that extreme. So I'll need another one to make the panels. So that'll be a priority. Oh. You're not going to let me build there because you're on a hill. So we'll change you to panels. I've once again turned around the wrong way, as I do pretty much every single time. Okay, so that's going to get that producing. The next thing I need is the wood workshop. And we can go here, and I'll see if this works, which will be interesting if it does. Alright, so I need a worker here to pass the panels that way, and you also need the timber. Let's quickly go here and move you over there for the surplus. We'll put another one of these there. Add some buffers, and I'll need regular workers to do there. Okay, and after all that, we can go right here and put that, and put 2 workers there. Alright, so that's entirely more setup than I needed. I need an absolutely absurd number, just the regular old worker sparks. I don't need the fancy ones, I don't need the crafter ones, I don't need any of the other ones. I just need the plain old, simple, regular ones here. Which is why I deliberately didn't give them enough throughput on that to actually keep up. So trying to just balance these out a bit to where I see like they're always working. So this is starting to look pretty close to balanced here. Could use a couple more. Like it's a very inefficient design that we're gonna have to improve. The good news is, now they're starting to make those wooden blades that we wanted to make. So we are making progress towards our next objective. So I put a little bit too much time in the setup, but hopefully we'll be able to chop down those bigger trees soon. Not the big trees, but all the other ones around it to give me space to work. Because if I could do that, it'll put me in a much better situation. So we've got more of you. And you're still just churning away over here? Cool. We'll probably want to get more supplies and all that too. Alright. We didn't look... How does the pen work? A small building to hold your sparks. Oh. Okay, so I could put it along here, and sparks that would walk by would go into the pen. That's useful. Not something I'm going to use right now, but that is useful. Yeah, so you look like you're basically saturated. You look like you're basically saturated. These are all running solid now. So interestingly enough, even with 3 of those running, this thing is struggling. Alright, I know what I'm doing. So we can take this path, connect it here. We can go here, splitter. So half of them will go for the panel, and half of them will go here. So that way we always get some going through. Then go here and get rid of that one. This will be a buffer for any time stuff overflows. Alright, so we're getting there. I mean, it's actually keeping up. I wonder if I can actually get away with one more saw in there. Can you say something about the log setup? If you are going to be saying that the issue we have right now where these two are just buffering and not really doing anything beneficial for the one, I am aware of this. Technically, I could also just kill the outer lane so it just switches back and forth. And it would also be fine. Like, it shouldn't really make a difference. Oh, we got some who are backtracking. Alright. So, get rid of that lane. Get rid of this lane. And the reason we did that is so 50% of the wood here goes there, 50% of the wood here goes there. Realistically, what I probably should do is take this lane off here, build another sawmill over there, have that go over, so it's that one half and half, this one half and half. Let's actually do that. Okay, so that should be much better. Okay, I need to get more of the crafting ones, because I don't want to use the regular ones for that. But yeah, now you can mention some of that. It's just not balanced. I need to deal with it. I'm not being too good about balancing the stuff right now. Mostly because I know in the current situation I'm running into, I'm probably not going to be able to do everything I want with it. Alright, so grab a stack of you. And you're not making progress because of planks. Right. Because they're probably bringing the plank stuff here. That's getting all set up. But they're going faster than you can. We'll leave just one doing that. And I'll grab your spares. Okay, so that should help with that. We can go ahead and put the crafting one on that sawmill I made over here. Yeah, we still have the... Those are still not getting properly utilized. Don't. Alright, let's try and draw it away. Hey, you two. I see you're hungry. Follow me. I want you to stay away from my production. I'm drawing it to my other production, which is not an improvement. Okay. So I managed to ditch it. those things are like really dangerous and kill your stuff real fast. I tried to attack one and they just obliterated the stuff I attacked it with. I'm trying to make sure they don't get into here where they're just going to slaughter everything. Get to you here. Oh, we're hitting a bottleneck here. Cool. Alright, so we can deliver all that. Okay, so it's all working fine. It's definitely not balanced in any way. Like, we don't have enough of the workers going in a lot of places. We don't have a lot of stuff sorted out. It's fine. I'm getting pretty low on the materials there. So let's see. You wanted me to bring wooden weapons to you. Excellent. Many farmers need fertilizer, and we'll be able to supply them at a cost. This will save a lot of time and hopefully allow them to grow more food cheaply. A benefit outcome for everyone involved. Cool, so we can now make fertilizer. The divine researchers told me that you need aether shards to make sparks. I happen to know sometimes you get these aether clumps you can't do much with. But perhaps we could change that. I think we could use that cutter we built. Cool. Alright, so I can make the new cutter building to smash aether clumps. I'm assuming into the... Yeah, I'm assuming that'll process them down into the slices, which will then process them down into the individual things. So we'll start another production line up there. So let's go back up to where we were making all that stuff and keep that moving. Alright. I'm also hoping soon we'll get some new sparks to work with on all this, but that's the thing we're going in progress, just have to get materials and all that to figure it out. Alright, so we still need 6 more. Yeah, so this entire production line is like fully backed up and everything. That's fine. Let's see. So it turns leaves into fertilizer to grow plants. Okay, so that's one thing we can do. Let's see here. Yeah, so I assume we'll build this thing by the Aether Distillery. That will, make our cutter. This game looks very well polished, so cool. Yeah, no, I've definitely been enjoying it. Like, I'm happy it isn't a smooth space. There was, I can't remember the name of it. It was a multiplayer online game that the way these behave, not the throwing them around, but the way they path and only move right and pick up from the right and all that. There was a game that was around for a while, but it was online only. And I remember playing it obsessively for a little while. But the idea is you had like a really small space to work with. So you'd sit there and you'd pass your materials around and you could interact with other people. So you could sit there and have your resources in your tile, but if you want to make something complicated, you have to take your stuff to the edge of the map and like pass it over to the person next to you. And you get bonuses if they passed it back. And you could acquire more territory or whatever using stuff you got for it. I remember it's a super fun game, but unfortunately running its servers was just too cost prohibitive, so they eventually shut it down. Just they couldn't keep it going. Alright. Go smash these things. Alright, so now let's see if I can build this. Oh, you just wanted me to deliver the clumps. That's fine. That's still fine. So what we'll do here instead is let me grab you and just shove you over there for right now. We can put 2 crafty ones in there. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and say storage on this side, storage on that side. And we can just go here and just say 1, 1, 1, 2. Cool. Are you facing the wrong way? Oh, that's not an outbox. I keep forgetting that. I've done that probably like 3 or 4 times. That I keep expecting that to be a place that they can drop stuff out from. That one doesn't let you put, put stuff in. That's the crate, which I need more planks for. So I can go ahead and do that. We should have plenty of the planks sitting right here. Okay, so we can run over here and drop this off. I'm assuming later on I'll actually want to, make this better. Alright, so they're making the fertilizer. So we got the aetheric clumps. I believe we got those from murder. So with that said, I feel like we need to go find something big to murder so we can get more of the aetheric clumps. We should also check these boxes and see what we find in them. Alright, there's carry sparks are there. So we're looking for one of some of the bigger enemies. There we go. Alright, we're gonna see if we can get out of this with as few casualties as possible. Only lost 1. Yes, it didn't give me the clump. I'm trying to remember, because we got a couple of those. Maybe I got them out of the boxes. Either way, we're gonna look for more of that. Explore the map more, see what we can find. Yeah, my assumption is these floaty things we will need for later. That looks like we'll be able to get more materials that we haven't got yet from setting up a chopping thing on that giant tree thing. Yeah, those wind areas, not so much. Alright. Yeah, so sometimes these can give me a clump. Okay. Still no clump in that group. We are getting things for chopping down more trees and all that. So hopefully we'll get our clump soon. Wait, what does it say you drop? Yeah, just the smaller ones. We're not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so those are super dangerous. I'm assuming what will end up happening is we'll get something that we can either stun enemies or hit them at range. For those, that we can just kind of pick them and just, you know, maneuver around them kind of thing. Fight them. Versus, like, our ones that just straight up melee just don't stand a chance. Or we'll be able to get ones that are, like, extra tanky or something. I don't care about the forest ones. I'm looking for the Ether Clump, which is going to require killing big stuff. Oh, you can actually give me another material I haven't found yet. Alright, still no luck. We also are exploring parts of the map I haven't seen yet to find new stuff. Spooky place? Yeah, it's like a spooky, windy place. I'm assuming we're gonna need the floaty sparks to do anything worthwhile there. Waypoint range 2. Alright, come on. Let's go around the other way. I don't know how smart they are if they'll, like, fall in the water or whatever. Got more trees. Alright. How am I doing on time, by the way? So it shouldn't be too much longer till we have the people get in here. Yeah, so it seems like I can attack it, let it do its stun, and then just dodge the stun. Oh, they're like, we're not done yet. Alright. Yeah, so we can just retreat them out from the stun. And after we retreat them out from the stun, that should be enough. Alright, so now we should be able to turn around and deliver that to the merchant. And learn some more stuff. Where am I relative to the start? Okay. So the map absolutely seems like a decent size. I haven't explored all that way. We've got all this here. So it seems like it's a pretty sizable map we can run around. And so that's all good. It does seem like there's a couple biomes. There's a good chance those biomes that we have been able to get into, because, like, if we look at this, this isn't the edge of the map here. That's the edge of what I can handle doing stuff in. So my suspicion is we'll actually be able to go through there and go with that. Okay. So you're continuing to work on that. That's fine. Let's get back out of here and move on to the next place. So we're going to the merchant, I believe, to deliver these. Now nothing will go to waste. How very pleasing. Clump dividing. Cool. And you took my materials, so thanks. Alright, so let's catch up on what our quests are now. So we don't have the means of getting tree bark yet. We still need a little bit more before we can do that. I'm assuming when we look at these, the carry spark, the choppy spark, and the loamy spark are going to require the other materials we've got. So it looks like the loamy spark is probably our next move. We did see it earlier. I don't remember for the life of me what it required. I think it was maybe the swords. But let's see, because I'm pretty sure the Lomi Spark, those aren't the buttons I needed. The Lomi Spark is up here. Up there. All right, so let's run to the Lomi Spark, see what it requires to be made, and we can go from there. My assumption is we'll need like the regular working sparks, and we'll need to take them to the Lomi Spark and do all that, which would be a thing. Very genuinely, I might still try and like split the path off and have them run all the way across the map, which is certainly not the most efficient way. Oh, right, I need to extend the range. Okay. Hold, please, I need to extend the range. I'm betting I required this to extend the range. So let's run back to town, check the range, and do that. Let's see, can we control more sparks later? Yes. So technically, when I started, I could only control 10 sparks of one type, but now I can control 2 different types of sparks up to 20. So like you just see, I just swapped out the crafting ones. But the crafting ones are really mostly just made for crafting. Oh, I have no idea what the limit is. I'm assuming we'll be able to control like 3-4 types or something like that. What was I checking? I was checking something. Oh, right, this thing. I was gonna see what we needed to progress. So you needed a crafting spark. Waypoint range. And the rest is all good. All right, cool. So let's go here and... What?
Ah!
You have a rockin' day. Okay, so they're not asking for anything yet, but they probably will soon. All right, chat, bear with me. I'm going to take a quick break real fast because I'm going this. I'm getting real hungry, and we're about to get hit with ads anyways. So I'm going to quickly take like a 2-3 minute break real fast as the ad break's going on. Eat a little bit of food. We got a little bit under 1 hour until we're expecting to have the creative director for the company to drop in to Discord to have a conversation, all good stuff. So I'll be back here in a little bit. So thank you for tuning in. I'll be right back. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Yeah. Lightning. Lightning gives me a momentary window that I'm not dead. Thank you, Lightning. You saved my life. Kind of intuitive. As in, you walk up, you go to like rush a zombie and you shove it and it doesn't go well, you go, oh, I'm not going to do that again. And so you try, like backing away or shoving, you're like, ah, that worked. So like, there is a learning curve, but at least it's not one of those ones that feels super obfuscated. It is one of those games that when you start, you should expect to die a lot. That said, I have not, like, I don't have 3,000 hours coming up, but I'm not far from 3,000 hours. Come on, everyone away from... You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except they got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? All right, and I'm back. And actually, I do owe the Legos. I believe it's what, two Lego pieces, if I remember correctly. Sorry, voice cracking there. Apparently, I just hit puberty. Yeah, it's 2. Let me go ahead and get those because I'll forget about them. So go ahead and knock out those 2 Lego pieces I owe. And then we'll get back to Oddsparks. Just ignore the plate in the corner. That was me finishing my dinner. Alright, so I owe 2 Lego pieces. For the people who have no idea what's going on with this, it is a thing I do on the channel where for every sub or 100 bits, I add a piece to the kit. Alright, so I'm adding pieces here. So it's only 2. So we go 1 and 2.
Yay.
And thank you for that. That makes it 3, which is perfect for letting me be able to finish this section. We can add that there. So I've got you here. And do you go? Yeah, so you go right here. And that gets us the 3 Lego pieces there. All right. All right, and I do know when we get to the part where the creative director is going to hop in here in like about an hour, I'll probably want to take a restroom break before that. That break I didn't go to the restroom. I was eating dinner really fast because I was real hungry. No piece left unfinished. Yeah, all right. So we were getting the Lomi Spark.
Rual, did you know that the entire English Ilses are 0.72 times the size of the state of Missouri?
I did not know that. I don't generally compare random places' sizes. Still interesting. All right, we have the fertilizer here. Was there any of these quests we had that I needed the fertilizer right now? Not yet, but there was one of the things at the fountain, whatever you call it, the starting place that did take a fertilizer to unlock things. So I could teleport back. And we can teleport back up here, I believe. Gotcha. You sleep well, Darkstrider. Have a good one. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. You're good. My bad. I read that the other way around. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're getting back on your computer. My apologies. I misread the entire thing. Yeah, make the rules here. You got to get back to sleep. It's what it is. Alright, so we've got all that sorted out. Yeah, we already said our good nights. Now it's just awkward. You're good. Alright, so we have the Lomi ones. Just like the others, the shrine whirs into life and checks to see if everything is still working. That's not what I was expecting you to look like. As expected, it spits out one of the new creatures in your arms. The shrine registers the Lomi sprite and immediately activates parts of its test. The Lomi sprite wiggles its leaf, ready and eager to receive instructions. However, before anything can be done, it turns into a magic wooden disc. Place in your bag with the deactivation successful. Yep. So this has no combat capabilities at all. A one-time use special spark that regrows local plants where it's thrown. Okay. That is not what I was expecting that to do. Alright. Sure. And so what actually... we can do here is add crate and a crate. And just an output for right now. I can drop in one of these, all of those. And then the other one I can do this. And go 1, 2, 3. Alright. So I need 20 Lomi. Oh. You're gonna take a little bit more than I thought to handle that. One moment. Okay, so let's actually switch these ones out for the crafting ones. Might as well. Alright. I don't think I'll actually be using very many of those unless there's like special properties that I'm missing. Gotcha. I mean, less pain is better. Even if there's a long ways to go, less pain is better. Alright, so I'm going to need all of the leaves. Okay. We need more plant matter. Alright, just trying to have them chop up as much as we can, material-wise. Get ourselves the plants we need. Oh, what are you in here? Choppy Sparky Shrine. Oh, that is going to be the good one. The Choppy Sparky Shrine is definitely going to give us sparks that we can cut stuff with. That is not what I need you to do. That's on me. So what I need you to do is I need to go over here where we're making fertilizer. I actually got rid of it already. So let's go ahead and do this real fast, because I actually just realized I got rid of that. And we can put you in here. All right. So I'll keep that going. One moment. Sorry about that. Just dinner doing the whole thing to like coat your throat. Okay, so we did get enough of those. And we do have enough wooden blades, so we can turn this in. So we're doing good with all that. Making good progress. That's another one of the sparks we've got knocked out. We'll be able to turn that into the woodcutter to unlock the next thing. Here, give me that. I'll give you this. We're good. All right. But yeah, and I do hope you reach that point where like you're not in any regular pain, that things are in good a place. All right, so drop out the Lomi sparks and the swords to the woodcutter to get that knocked out, and keep things going from there. I'm going to go back and get a singular sword because I didn't have enough. But I mean, I'm going to grab a stack, but still. All right. And then we were doing this up here. Cool. I have a feeling we'll need those swords for the next set of sparks we get, which I'm assuming will be a combat-oriented set of sparks. They might also be able to cut down the bigger trees. We'll see. I'm really hoping we get the sparks that can knock down the bigger, like, not the big trees because we need those, but like the other trees just for practicality. Alright, so now we can turn this in. So I have a stack of those and 2 stacks of these. I guess you're barking up the right tree after all. Cool. Alright. Yep, so... Cool. Alright, so we need to just keep working on all the different sparks. We did get the next sparks, which are supposed to chop stuff. The Lomi sparks, I'm less convinced by. Oh, we can literally get everything but the... Yeah, the Lomi sparks, I'm less convinced by. I have a feeling you need them for fertilizer, and it's just you'll occasionally go through and do that. I don't know. I'm not as convinced on the one-time use sparks. There's a Lomi. There's the choppy ones. It would be cool to see more of them following the player. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. For right now... Oh, we already ditched all Lomi ones. That's fine. I was like, right now I'm not going to carry the Lomi ones with them. Alright, so we do have, just like the others, it whirs into life and checks to make sure everything is working. As expected, it spits out a new strange creature in your arms. The register as the Choppy Spark, and has immediately been activated for you to test. The Choppy Spark bows its head, ready and eager to read instruction. However, before anything can be done, and then this is the same dialogue that they get through. So this one does extra damage and can cut. Surprisingly good at cutting, considering it's made of wood. So it does extra damage and it cuts things. And it can also chop down larger trees. So that's perfect. So first thing I'm doing is I'm getting rid of you, putting you down here. And you need Stumpy Sparks and wooden blades to operate. I pretty much figured that's exactly what's going to be required. Trying to remember... So you required wood and that. Okay. So where's the nearest place we can get wood? We can get wood down here. and ship that up here. And we'll just feed this thing material from it there. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay. 2 crafting sparks in here, put a crafting spark in here. For right now, just drop that in manually. You can pop over down there and drop these in manually. All right. Okay. And for the moment, I'm just having them cut down one by one. But what I will do is I'll drop down a ton of them once we get more going. Here we can kick that into gear. Okay, so you need the blades over here. And we're making the blades down this way. So let's get that happening. Oh, I forgot you're over here too. That's fine. Yeah, so you're over here. They're putting the blades in this spot. I'm gonna actually do is I'm gonna grab some more planks because I'm low. I believe I'm low on the other ones too. And we're going to build another one of these here. And just run this the whole way up here. All right. And then I'm going to put another one of these buffers right here. Just that way. Okay. And we can go here. That's well, actually, will that be okay? No, let's play it safe. Cut across here, cut across there, remove that. Because what's gonna happen is otherwise they're gonna grab from there and it'll be a problem. Alright, so I'm just using these as a way to feed this system. Oh, nope, don't. Give me that one back. And we can drop you in here. Oh, okay, it's like, why is it not working? Right, so I'll drop you here. Put you here. Wait, what are you doing over here? Why do you have that? Okay. Alright, so we got some more stuff for fertilizer, which we can drop over here. Now keep them populated for now. Alright. So we now have our tree chopping ones being made. I'm still going to need the regular worker ones with me. But that is all good progress, all good stuff going on. We are probably going to have to go on an absolute rampage to get ourselves as many of like the materials as we need. So we've got that. Grab a stack of the worker ones. Cool. And meanwhile, I need to get a lot of these combat ones going, because what I want to do is I want to run through here and get a lot of this sorted out. Those will be really good. Because with that, I can get all these trees out of the way, and it'll make my life easier. So we do have a loamy spark, we do have a choppy spark, so we just have the carry spark to go. So let's see if we can't find the carry sparks. I believe are just up here. I just realized I don't have a place to store those. Alright. I've got them all chopping down trees, clearing up space. Alright. So let's see. The carry spark is over here. So let's see what you got. Just like the others, the shrine whirls into life and checks to see if everything is still working. As expected, it spits out a new strange creature in the arms. The shrine registers that the carry spark is immediately activated for test and is ready and eager for instructions. However, before anything can be done, it turns into a wood thing. So basically, it can carry more, is the whole thing it does. So let's try and go and immediately run down here before we... Well, actually, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we'll grab this. What do you require to function? You need the worker sparks and the planks. That is incredibly inconvenient. Alright. So just clearing out a path as best we can. Alright, so we're going to have to get the crafter sparks all the way up here. This is going to be terrible. Okay, so... No, it's too close. So I'm going to need to do... is a couple of these here. All right, chat. It does sound like the creative director over there is pretty much ready to hop on to Discord and everything. So give me just a moment. I'm going to quickly mute the audio we've got going on there. Just to make sure we got everything going on for the moment. Oh, I'm gonna... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the away screen for just a minute while I mute the audio just to make sure I get everything set up, volumes all sorted and all that, and we'll go ahead and get the creative director from the company over here, and we'll get all that going on. But that's for Oddsparks and all that stuff. They're the creative director. Where's the company name? It is... I had it just a moment ago. I've said its name a bunch of times during here to stop playing that audio. Massive Mini Team. The creative director for Massive Mini Team. So let me go ahead and pop into Discord, get all that going on, and I will be back in just a minute. So bear with me on that. I'm not going to call it any specific group, because again, it's not about individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Pack. The only thing I can do is get multiple. Which we will. So how stressed out do you think you'd be as Jeremiah Wiener in this moment? You're sitting here, trying to relax among the corpse of the things trying to murder you, and listening to this over your shoulder the whole time. Like the new novelty, and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just detached itself from my desk, so give me a second. Duplicants have died. Hank starved. That's not what I wanted. Pank deserved better. So Pank was our construction person. Well, the good news is last I checked, I already had some gravestones made. Where were we putting the gravestones out here? Yeah, I had a spare gravestone already made for Pank. Not for Pank specifically, but, you know, just in general. As best we can, the seeds around here. That way when I add the sprinklers, there was another tree. You see nothing, chat. We did not just waste a bunch of money on seeds that we just murdered. Okay, so we have the director, the creative director over with I literally just looked this up 2 seconds ago. I even said it like 2 seconds.
Mini team.
Yeah, so we got the creative director, Michael over here from the team popping in. We might also have people hanging out in chat and all that for that. They're the creative director for the company behind Oddsparks. So if you have any questions, we can have any of that going on and all that. But, you know, say hello to chat and all that good stuff.
Hello, chat. How are you?
And they're saying hi. I'm assuming you're in the channel and able to see chat as well.
Yes.
Gotcha.
lurking.
Excellent. Gotcha. Well, that's always appreciated. But yeah, so first of all, I want to thank the company and everything for like throwing a key my way and then reaching out and saying, hey, we can get someone, to pop in your chat, say hi and all that kind of good stuff and all that. That's not something that a lot of companies offer to do. And so it's kind of a cool way.
I mean, streamers are kind of our lifeblood, or in general for games these days, right? Because social media is a bit on the dying side. So I think that people like you make us or help us get our games to the people who want to play them. So yeah, so we also appreciate being invited to do that.
Oh yeah, no, and I absolutely appreciate it. Yeah, no, and absolutely, like it is a big thing to go on. So for me, this actually, I played the game. I think you guys did the Next Fest demo. I think you had.
Yep.
Yeah, so I played it then, and this is my first time properly playing it since then. I didn't get nearly as far in the demo for a bunch of reasons, but I've been very much enjoying it. It definitely scratches a lot of itches.
Nice. That's nice to hear. Yeah, the demo was a big break for us because it is a game that you have to play to understand, right? Like it was really hard to show it to people and make them understand what we're about. Like this mix between automation and cute stuff and the cozy side of it, and people didn't really get what it is. Is this like one of those farming games? What is it actually? And that's why we wanted to give it into people's hands as soon as possible, and then it kind of clicked for a lot of people.
Oh yeah, no, it's I've obviously drawn conclusions of it being like, you know, an amalgamation of a bunch of different game ideas and all that, which is really good. Like the automation, the like having your little minions you throw around and have them do stuff. It's really a fun balance. I really enjoy this.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, we try to not do it, or didn't try to do a genre mix, right? Because it's generally not a good idea. The worst that you can do is do two games that nobody likes, kind of, right? You cross two games and lose both audiences. So we are still very strongly on the automation side, but we mixed in a bit of the Pikmin controls just because it made sense. Because where we come from is like we want an automation game that is more human in a sense, where we produce those creatures, right? We don't produce just basic, I don't know, chips, like in all those industrial and sci-fi automation games. And that was a natural step to go into, hey, how are we even controlling those creatures? And then it made sense to kind of sprinkle in a bit of the Pikmin controls. And yeah, that's why it became this kind of cross thing. But generally it is, for us, an automation game where automation players can have vacation in. Kind of if you're done with your really hardcore automation game, you take this, and it is a little bit less hardcore, but it still has a lot of depth for you, so you can have fun with it.
Oh yeah, no, and it's fun because like the progression is very different from a lot of automation games. Like, sure, you have the thing where you do the thing fairly manually the first time and you advance it, but you know, the hucking different varieties of the sparks at stuff isn't like you don't have in other automation games. You don't just build a tank and then throw a tank at a wall or something. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
kind of
true.
interesting having just a different style of it and everything, which is really nice.
I mean, if you produce a lot of toys, you kind of want to play with them, right? So that's
Right.
the idea behind it.
Ooh, I don't want to go that way. But yeah, so I'm still figuring out some of the stuff, obviously. So the murder things over here have been trouble for me, but that's fine. That's what they're there to do. Yeah. So as creative director, and I'm gonna go on my understanding of creative director just because like I have a background in dev, but it wasn't game dev, so we didn't usually have a creative director. So my understanding of the role of creative director is that you're responsible for like decisions around like the art style, the music, the aesthetics behind it, you know, giving the game its feel. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, largely. Like, so I'm one of the founders of the company, and became kind of my role to lead the whole thing. So so me and our technical director Robert, we secluded ourselves for quite a while to work on a lot of prototypes for this game, and then we emerged with some rough idea and brought it to the team, and then kind of kept the vision alive, and yeah, guided the team to produce the game together. That was kind of the approach. So my role is mostly checking that we stay on track and that the game feels and looks how I think it should be, and that it's still close to the pitch. So the pitch back in the day was pretty much Factorio made by Nintendo. That's kind of how we started. It was a very basic idea where wait, good morning. It's very early here. So where yeah, we said, what if Nintendo would have done Factorio? How would they have done it, right? Like in their charming way, more approachable. So maybe less hardcore, but like you can give it to a lot of people, and it has a lot of depths, right? Like Mario Kart, you can get really, really good at Mario Kart, but you can also give it to young people or people who don't play a lot of hardcore stuff, and they will figure it out eventually, or they can at least enjoy it. So yeah, that's where we're coming from, and that's kind
Gotcha.
of my role in the thing, to to see that it doesn't deviate too much from that vision.
Right, and it's one of those roles that like a lot of people don't think about. You know, you always hear about like the devs, the artists, and all that, but you do want that person who like their entire job is around going, well, how's the game gonna feel? How's it like how's this experience gonna be received? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because right, you have a lot of specialists. They're really good at it. Like if you look at the game, you see it in everything, right? The sound is really nice. Like we have an audio person, which is actually unusual for a small dev team to have someone in-house to do the sound, because usually you outsource that in a way. So that's why the game, for me at least, I think it sounds really, really nice, and it has a lot of detailed stuff. But yeah, you have to make sure that those specialists, right, like your animator, your modeling team, whatever, like the artists, but also the coders, don't fall in love too much with one of the things they're working on and like write the most beautiful code or make the most beautiful asset. It always has to kind of be part of the bigger vision and service the game, right, as a product for the player. So my job is mostly to think, how would the player see this? Like, if an artist tells me, I want to polish this to hell, and I'm saying them like, yeah, but nobody will ever see it. This is not beneficial to the player in the end. They will not care. So, right, I have to steer them to, yeah, put their efforts where it really counts, so to speak.
Oh yeah, and sometimes when you're making any creative endeavor, you kind of get, you know, into the weeds of something. You start having the way you're approaching it, and you know, then you actually get into like play testing, all these kind of things, and you know, that idea just ends up like not working. It's either not clear to the player, or it's not fun, or whatever the issue is.
Mm.
And then, you know, then you have to be in those decisions like, all right, what do we do about this? Do we need a way of like guiding the player how to do it? Does it need to be just scrapped and changed? Like, what is the move?
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of things just need to be scrapped, and that's also a lot of times my decision, and it never feels great to tell the dev teams like, oh yeah, that thing you've been working on the past 2 weeks didn't really work out for whatever reason. It's most likely not their fault, right? They were just executing on the idea and giving it their best, and maybe as like this is the standalone thing, it was really, really good, but it didn't fit in the product in the end, and then we had to take it out again. And it always sucks for the person who had to work on it, but in the end it leads to a better product. And of course we try to not throw away as much as possible.
Yeah, no, I've certainly had plenty of projects that I've put many months of my life into that were pretty much doomed from the start. Can you ask? I'm being asked do you think you'll be releasing this on the Switch at any point?
So that's a touchy topic because, right, we are the devs, we're not the publisher. So they do all the sales and pricing and stuff and where it comes out on. But if you look at what we've done in the past and our publisher has done in the past, it's pretty easy to see that we like to be multi-platform as much as possible. The game has, as I think, a really good controller support already. So yeah, that it is likely that it will arrive somewhere outside of the PC world at some point. But yeah, no promises. We'll focus solely on Steam and Epic for now, because it's also in early access, and yeah, that's a different topic on consoles and stuff.
That's absolutely fair.
That's as much as I can tell you.
Oh no, I entirely get where, like, you know, it's a most likely, but also can't say anything because, you know,
exactly.
Always the complications around that.
Yeah. In the end, it's also not my call, and yeah, I cannot really promise anything. Of course, as a developer, you want to see it on everything, everywhere, because that means more people can play it, and it's nice. So yeah, let's see.
I don't remember, Zoside, if there was a way to remove the cape. I remember I did the customization, and there was a decent amount of stuff you could do. don't remember in that one. I don't think so.
No,
With the-
so far it is kind of the trademark of the player character so far. So we keep the hood, but let's see what the future holds. Like, there's so far no plans, but we went a bit overboard with the customization. We have a bigger art team that really likes that stuff, and I personally also really like customization in games. So we probably have overdone it a bit, but it's still nice. I like to spend more time in the character customization.
Oh yeah, to be fair, I was a little surprised with like, you know, an automation game especially, like if we're gonna do like the comparison against, say, you know, Factorio. Factorio choices what color? Okay, that's the end of your choices.
I mean,
So-
it's fine for a lot of games, right? Like, not every game needs that. Not every game needs that part of expression for the players. But it always depends on where you want to go with it. Like, what kind of audience do you expect, and what do they want from a game? Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that was kind of my thought with this, like, oh, it's an unusual choice. Like, not like a bad choice. It's just like, oh, you don't usually see this.
Yep.
Which, you know, I took the time to customize it a bunch, so
That's nice. I think it takes a lot of people by surprise that a game like this has that, and I think nobody objects to it. You can always just keep it default if you don't want to mess with it.
yeah. How dare you give us functionality?
Yeah. Choices. Ugh.
So one of the things I try and do on the channel is I do tend to advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, and I did kind of warn you that I was probably going to ask questions around this, like considerations you made, like what was something that along the progress of making the game, whether it was like in the idea, the concept, or developing, or even just like color choice, anything that you ran into that accessibility became a concern that you know made a decision to change something or to implement something purely for that consideration.
So yeah, that accessibility is a hard topic in games because usually there's no budget for it, right? That's the hard truth of the industry, that a lot of things come down to budget, and accessibility falls off. It's one of the first things that gets ignored. And for us as an indie team, it is super important. We talked a bunch about it, what we can do actually, because there are things that are very expensive or very hard to do, but there are also things that you can do very easily that give a big benefit, like something like key binding, right? That's one of the first things. Like, there are still games that don't have key binding properly implemented, and I think that at this early stage, our game has a pretty nice rebindable controller scheme. Like, you can rebind almost everything in the game, even down to UI stuff individually. You can do key combinations for mapping. You can remap the controller buttons. Like, we try to at least give you a lot of options there, because this means for a lot of people that if they have like custom controllers, right, like the Xbox custom controller or the new PlayStation custom controller or anything special, they can adjust the game to their needs. I'm left-handed, and that's already where it starts. Like, we have a lot of left-handed people, and the usual control scheme on keyboard and mouse is really bad for left-handed people. So in the beginning, where we didn't have key rebinding, it really hurt to play the game. So I played it mostly with the controller. So I got to use that a lot, and the controller controls got really good, like the gamepad controls. Now I can play with keyboard and mouse, and I made sure that it also feels nice. So yeah, so that's one of the biggest topics for us. And then on the other side, you have very expensive stuff that is like special visual modes, right? Like in, oh my God, whatever, AAA games. They have like high contrast modes where every enemy is colored red. You are colored this way. Or you have this amazing on-screen visualizer for audio, right? That it spells out what the character would hear, like in Assassin's Creed or in Fortnite. which is amazing, but that needs the whole team to implement, and we cannot afford that because we are a small team. So we have to see where we can pick our battles and what we can actually do. So what we have is a co-pilot mode, because that's also easy, so you can play it with 2 controllers, which is really nice for some people because you can have someone help you out or remap it differently. We dabbled into screen readers, which is not really gonna work out for us because of the UI, because it's so non-linear, right? Like, what would you read? That's really hard to do. Yeah, but I'm actually looking into our accessibility list that we set up, where we researched what we could do and evaluated how hard it would be to implement and what we could do.
Well, yeah, no, and that's good to hear, because I mean, it is true that while we'd love to do everything for everybody and all the things, it's really tricky sometimes just to tackle a bunch of that. And I say this as someone who comes from a background that I actually did specialize in accessibility, not for games, but for software in general. So like some of the things that impressed me is when you go into our settings, you have your UI scale. Like the UI scale in this game is actually done pretty well. I can't tell you, even like in the AAA level games, how many of them you resize the UI and it becomes unusable. And you sit there and go, this is, $60, $75 game. Did no one test this?
Yep.
So yours working so well was like, and
Thank
the
you.
fact that it started like 0.8 and then you went up to 1, I was like, oh, this is honestly really one of the better ones I've seen.
Yeah. I mean, with that also, if you make it very accessible, you get a lot of people who will complain. Like for us, we started with a pretty big UI because we also tested a lot on the Steam Deck, how it runs there, how it looks, and you want to have the UI bigger, right? But then you show it to a PC player and they look at it and it's like, this is a mobile game. And they will complain that it looks too clunky. And then you get into this weird battle where you have to have a very small UI for the people to not complain that it looks too kiddie, too clunky, whatever, or too mobile, whatever that means. But also make it readable for the people to actually need that, right? Or for a bigger TV, you also need a bigger UI. But it's super challenging actually, because you have to, like, you think, yeah, sure, I'm gonna just resize stuff, but text is so weird. Also, some text will be always too small or too big. Regarding like how you scale it. Then you have this different aspect ratios, and our game still is not perfect in that regard. We have some problems with aspect ratios that are not 16:9. It kind of works, but it can be a bit janky here and there. But yeah, still EA. We're gonna hopefully smooth that out very soon. It is a challenge, right? That's a lot of stuff that you have to put into just the scaling that you cannot put into making it nicer or adding more features. So you have to, to make those decisions deliberately, that this is valuable for players.
Yep. Yeah, no, there's one of the viewers those sides like, I could totally see playing this on my iPhone. But yeah, no, it's been excellent. Okay, that's for the distillery. But yeah, no, it's been much to appreciate, because like there's just lots of games that I run into stuff where they will offer accessibility but then not do a good job of it. So it is good to see when games go out of their way to do stuff well. And I haven't, like, there's certain things I end up running into a lot as someone who does content creation when it comes to accessibility. They're like glaring problems you just see again and again and again. And a lot of times it actually, the problem that they run into is something that the developers actually took the time to make badly. Stuff like over-aggressive screen shake you can't turn off. Motion blur just as a general concept.
Yeah.
So it was
the first thing I turn off or turn down, at least in games, like the screen shake. Because I think for me it's an age thing. I never had a problem with screen shake when I was a bit younger, but now I'm getting really nauseous if it's too strong. Yeah, you just get more sensitive to stuff like that.
Yeah, and then there's some games who it's just really aggressive with it.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so it's been good that like most games they usually run into like one or two things like they got a real strong miss here, and I haven't run into any of those with this game, so it's good to have games that you don't have to be like, oh man, this would be so great, except this one thing is really kind of hurting me. But yeah, like I've had none of that with this.
I mean,
That's
I
always a
already
plus.
have a few things on my list from yesterday from the release that we have to tackle regarding that. So for one, we had the complaint that we don't have a mouse sensitivity slider in the options, and I have never thought about that because it's not in the first-person game, right? Like it's not that you have to turn out your camera, but apparently that's something that people want even in a game like that because the mouse speed is the same as your operating system. So I would have expected for people that this is fine, but apparently it isn't. So yeah, that's something we can pretty easily implement, and we're probably going to do that. Not promising it. It's just something that we observed yesterday. And we have screen shake when you build the buildings, as far as I know. And I'm actually not sure if we can turn that down. That might be a thing that we might add. So yeah, there's always room to improve, but that's also part of early access, right? We will get a lot of feedback from people, and sometimes you can act on it pretty easily, and then you should.
Oh yeah. No, and yeah, now I think about it, yeah, you're right. I do remember seeing a little screen check. Like it's so minor though that didn't get to me.
Yeah.
Like I won't say other games, but there's definitely like one game I really loved the art style and the aesthetic, but it just got to the point that even after being out for over a year and a half, it was still just Screen Shake City, and it got me to basically stop playing. So it's one of those things that it does really matter. So it is good to hear that, like, you know, you're listening, you're working on it, all that stuff. Why have you stopped running? Oh, because I'm putting out so many of those, I don't need them. That's fine. That's a good problem to have.
By the way, very impressive that you can play the game while having this conversation. I could never do that.
I am mostly running back and forth and looking like I'm doing things.
Ah, cool. Convinced me at least.
Yeah, like genuinely, I've been trying to get the crafty sparks here, and not making any success here because absolutely cannot split attention that much. But yeah.
Oh, it's interesting that you're producing them in the shrine actually, and not in the workstation that you built.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things. I realized I could place them, and you could. I think unless something changed, I could only place them on the areas with the purple stuff.
Yep.
And I was like, you know what? I don't feel like networking it there. So I'm going with the what if I use too many workers strategy.
I mean, that's fine. It's always an option.
Oh yeah. Chris, since we're speaking about it, what's the term for the camera continuing to slide? Oh, yeah, that's smooth cam. I haven't particularly, yeah. So what they're talking about is for some people with motion sickness, there's a feature that, and it's got a couple names, but a lot of people call smooth cam. And the game does have it. I haven't noticed it being particularly bad. But what they're talking about, that this will be some people with motion sickness will get this issue, is it's not test that right there in the things that'll kill me. So when I stop running, so there's that like second or two that the camera kind of plays catch up.
Mm-hmm.
That'll mess with some people with motion sickness. So where it like slowly accelerates and decelerates kind of thing.
Yep.
But yeah, so there's some people that'll really bother them. Like this one hasn't been too bad. I didn't even check to see if there were settings around that. It'd be under graphics.
Although you cannot really change that. Yeah.
Yeah. So for people where that ends up being a problem, usually the solution is just hard lock the camera on the character.
Yeah. I mean, that would not be an issue. I think that could be easily implemented because it's just a value, right? Like how much the camera lags behind.
Oh yeah.
So we could just crank that up so it's just fixed on the character.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people, they go by the phrase of simulation sickness, but it is like a category of motion sickness.
Mm.
I don't like.
So yeah, I struggle with motion sickness too. Like I don't know when it started, like a few years ago, but all of a sudden, like in the VR times where we were also developing our VR games. I got motion sick a lot from VR, but it kind of stuck with me even for other games. And now what I really don't like is like stuff that is moving in front of me, like scrolling textures and stuff. So imagine in a first-person game, you run to a wall and then you just run along the wall facing it, right? So like if the whole screen is just scrolling by, that makes me super nauseous. So we had to also, because our game is kind of like that, you're looking at the ground and it scrolls by to make sure that people don't get sick from it, which is interesting. Yeah. So motion sickness definitely, like I'm a good test candidate for that usually. But the thing with this camera smoothness, I've never thought about, at least. Yeah, I will consider that.
Let's see. We had another question. Like, Rual, can you ask if the on-launch sounds our setting can be set first launch? The game remembers the later. Oh, you're talking about like volume. So when I played, when I started, it was at like 100%. I usually have to turn down almost all my games, so I've been recommending game studios to have your volume start at like 50%, and have that be like whatever your desired volume level. So that way, if people have unusual audio setups where they have to turn the volume up, that is at least an option. And then the other way, turn it down, because there's so many games that you bring up the game and it's just ear-shatteringly loud. This one was fine for me, like I didn't have a problem with it.
It should be all affected, right? If you change it, like there should be no loud sounds in the beginning.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, no, but yeah, so like for me this worked fine. Yeah, so Craig saying, I believe you're watching another streamer who was looking into this game, and when they saw it had the smooth cam, they got very sad, and it likely wouldn't work for them. Since yeah, no, we have a couple friends of the channel who, have pretty significant motion sickness when it comes to stuff like that. One to them to the point that they basically can't play 3D games or anything like that. It's just too much.
Yeah.
Which would be a shame, because for one of them, this would be entirely a game I could see them getting incredibly lost in.
I mean, it's early access, so I'll just mention it. I think this particular change would be pretty quick to do, so I'm not gonna promise it. I can't.
Right.
Sorry, but it yeah, it does not seem like a hard thing to do.
Oh yeah. And we're getting an ask that says that mod support is planned for next year. And people are just asking, will this be through the Steam Workshop?
That's an excellent question. I have no clue. So we want mod support because we just love games that are moddable. We play a lot of them. And it's one of the most asked thing for this game, obviously, that it will have mod support. How we're gonna do it, we don't know yet. There's no specifics. So we're building on Unreal Engine, so that's moddable, right? So we would try to figure out with the community probably mostly what they want from the game, what they would like to mod and how they would like to do it. And then we're just gonna go with like the popular opinion on that. If this is Steam Workshop or something outside of that, let's see.
Yeah, I find at least on Steam generally people are gonna want the workshop. People when I'm playing games and they have their own solution, usually people get pretty upset about it. Yeah. Rare exceptions if it's like particularly well done, but
yeah. I mean, I think we looked into something else than Nexus. I think Nexus is one of the bigger ones, right? There's another one which is maybe more specific to Unreal, but yeah, we'll see. But as it is mostly about the community and what they want to do with the game, we're just gonna ask around and see what's the most popular opinion.
Gotcha. Well, that does naturally lead to the next thing it's saying. You know, your early access, you're looking for feedback, help guide your development, you know, all that. What is the recommended? I mean, I see we have the send feedback. I assume that's the preferred method for giving feedback, is just in the menu, send feedback. Cool.
You can use that, but you can also just hop on the Discord. You can use the Steam forums, the discussion. We look at all of them. so nothing gets lost. All the feedback is appreciated. Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, no, I'm mistiming on that, Darth. Basically, that was said is that they haven't committed to one or the other. But like Nexus was thought of, Steam Workshop was thought of, but you know they'll see where it ends up when that happens, which is fair. All right. Sorry, like my brain is splitting between all sorts of things. I'm like, why is this not working? Oh, right, it's out of wood. I need to get that automated. But yeah, no, it's so easy in some of these games that I look forward to the inevitable thing where you'll have a whole bunch of people who become super duper min-maxy about like what is the absolute peak layout you can do, and then why would I do that when I can just slam more materials into it and call it a day? You know, who needs it to be perfect when it's good enough?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really fun that those possibilities exist because it makes it even nicer if you have a nice factory, right, that runs super efficiently. And it was so nice to see already in the demo where people were literally doing spreadsheets and share them to calculate the most efficient ways to do things. That's why we also changed a bunch after the demo. So in the demo, the most efficient way to set things up was with loops, because the sparks would interact with both sides of the path. So if they walk by something that is on the left of them, they would also interact with it. And that was it was not an expert, it was just the most efficient way to play the game or to build. And it was a bit boring because they already figured it out and there was nothing they could improve on. And it was like, nah, we should change that. And then we changed it, and it was a bigger change, but it led to the game being much more intricate, but not necessarily more complex. So if you just brute force it kind of and just build paths everywhere, it still works. It might be a tiny bit slower or less efficient than before, but it still works. But if you want to get super efficient, you have to work more for it than before. And I think that's what those people want, right? They want some challenge. So yeah.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely a lot. All right. Just fixing problems in my production line.
Yep. So for me personally, I really would like to spend more time to make my own factory more efficient, but I had to get through the game a few times already, right? Yeah, I have to test it more than play it. So I always end up with this decision like, okay, how much time do I want to spend on fiddling around so I get the feeling of a player who would do it that way, and how much am I just gonna go through the game to finish it and to see if the quests work and are fine? Because the game is long and it's really hard to test, so it took me 25 hours to get through it, and it was not a speed run, but I know the game by heart by now and went through it quite quickly, and still took me so long. And I really would like to spend many more hours to just do some stuff nicer and neater, because that's what it's about, to optimize it. Yeah, that's always a tug of war.
Yeah, no, and especially it's always a tricky thing when you've been developing a game for a while, like, because you know a lot of games you work on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, however long it takes. And especially if you're someone there from the ground floor, playing it the whole time, you know, for as much as people enjoy the games and all that, when you've played through your own game literally hundreds of times, going all the way from the beginning and doing the whole thing through the entire way all over again can be really rough after a while.
Yeah, that's true. Especially with the demo, I played through the demo so many times just to make sure it's as good as it could be. And I think in the end it took me like an hour to get through it, which was still long, but quite quick for what it was. That was, I think, the where I hated the game the most. Right now I'm enjoying it more again. But playing it for work is also a different topic because after, like, I don't know, the work day was pretty long, and in the evening, like, you really don't want to play anymore, but you gotta have to. So in the morning, it's always like, cool, I'm gonna work on my cool factory, I'm gonna play the game, it will be fun. And after a few hours, you can't turn it off, right? Like if you just would do it as a pastime, as a hobby, whatever, you just turn it off if you don't want it anymore. But at work, it's not that easy. So yeah,
Right.
that is less enjoyable. But I'm still baffled that I still like to play the game sometimes, that I can get really absorbed by it. So that's for me a really good sign that we have something that is really fun, because I can still get lost in it after so many hours.
Oh yeah, and especially playtesting where, you know, you're like, okay, I've done this thing 1,000 times. Well, we're gonna be doing it a whole bunch more, so just one of those things.
Yep.
I actually need one of those back. Okay. That was an interesting bug right there. So I'm not sure what happened. I got stuck on the throwing your characters thing, and then when I hit space, it teleported me across the map.
Interesting. I think I've seen reports of that, but I've never experienced it. So it's apparently if you climb up one of those cliffs, like the little step, and tap the space bar in between. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to try to replicate it.
Oh, yep, no, you can replicate that easy peasy.
Nice.
Which is always a good thing when you're working on games.
Yep. Yeah, replication is kind of the key. Like fixing is most of the times easier. It's harder to figure out what actually happened and why. Yeah.
So, with working through the whole idea, what would you say was like one of the biggest things during your development process that ended up being like what would you say would be a big like kind of win you had along the process where you're playing, or like this is going so much better than I thought it was, like just something that, you know, maybe we've not been expecting a big thing and you really thought was amazing, and then for the inverse of that, like something that you had that you were excited about or interested in, and then you added to the game and went, oh, this isn't really that fun. You know, they had to like scrap the idea or redo it or rejigger it, whatever you wanted to call it.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a tough one. Let me think for a second. So I guess the throwing mechanic is one of the things that I'm really happy that it worked out. And it started, like in the beginning, you would just RTS style tell the minions where to run, right? They would just go there and would be fine. And I was like, I want this game to be more fun and for the player to have more immediate interaction with the world. So that means that you're not just a cursor in the world and just commanding your units, but actually, if you click on something, it feels more like a hit, right? Like in an action game where you would hit a bush. In our case, you throw the spark on the bush, so you have an immediate feedback on it. And that was in my head. I was like, I want throwing. And at this time, it felt like, okay, Michael has this weird thing he really wants, but it feels like it's not necessary, right? There was no real reason. It was just, I want throwing, like a kid. And I was like, okay, we're gonna just put it in and see how it works. And it kind of worked out. And by now, everybody is really happy that we did it. But I think there was not, a lot of people didn't think about that this was a bigger decision, and it could have ended up to being more of an RTS style game where we just click where the units should go, and would be much different than what it is right now. So I'm really happy that that worked out, and the idea was not just a fluke and something I really wanted and had to be removed again because it was dumb. The other way around. So in the beginning, we kind of overcomplicated a lot of the interactions with the workstations, and we had a bunch of things that you could do. You could throw in items, you could get out the items they would kind of be thrown at you. We had a quick access menu where you could do a bunch with the workstations from afar, but also from close up. It would have a completely different UI. So at some point, we're like, it's so much stuff that you have to learn and use as a player. We just threw it out all like wholesale and started kind of from scratch with the basic interaction that we needed. And that was also a really good move because it really didn't work out and made it much more complicated than the game needed to be. Yeah.
Oh, I was sitting there, like, I was trying to figure out why that wasn't working. Okay. I've got my box positioned wrong. It was positioned another way before.
I see.
There we go. That explains why nothing was getting done. Let's see, will shops trade play a role in the progression, or will there be options for more customization? Is asking. So are you asking like the NPC vendors, like I bring thing X, they give me thing Y, or something of that, or like is that what you're asking? Just out of curiosity. I'm gonna need customers.
They're referring to the roadmap and the first update of the shops.
Yeah, I don't have the roadmap in front of me, unfortunately.
So yeah, we thought about like what we could put into the game, kind of not quickly but easily in the first update, right? So it's not a bigger thing we have to glue onto it, but integrate into what we already have. So trains is one that we wanted to have for a long time because it would make the long distance logistics much easier and nicer and more entertaining. And the other one was the shops, and the shops are mostly for the I don't want to call it the cozy side, that sounds so shallow, but the people who really care about the aesthetics of the game and the whole decoration aspect, right? The people that get lost in the character creator and that really love the sparks and want to make stuff nicer in the game. So that's mostly for them. So we have trains for the nerds and logic also, and the shops for the other people. So all of them can nerd out on the stuff they love. But the shops will be kind of integrated in the whole progression. So you would need the stuff that you unlock in the game to get the stuff from the shops. Let me think what I can talk about. Yeah, and they will also tie a bit into your production, because right now we don't have that many sinks for stuff, right? At some point, all your barrels are full and the production line is not really going anymore because you are done. Essentially, you have max capacity. So the shops will be kind of a part where you will have the opportunity to just produce more than you need and then get cool stuff from it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I can definitely see the value there. Like the for other automation games, they'll have like the, hey, you could just dump this whole thing into a big bin and it gives you points, and then you can, the points you can use to get like a different visor or whatever. In this one I'd assume like maybe a different art pattern on the cloak or different texture for it or something. Whatever it ends up being. Like make the staff have like a couple different designs. I saw that you did have the things you would unlock to give yourself more customization, which I haven't obviously seen most of those things because I haven't, I've unlocked them, but I haven't gone back to the character customization to look. Can you actually... Oh, you can change the character in the middle of the run.
Yep.
Well, that's cool. Well, that means now I got a billion things to look at.
Yeah, it's tied to the in-game achievements. So the rough idea is to give people cool customizations options depending on their playstyle. I'm not sure if we 100% executed on that, but that's kind of where we want to go with it. So if you are a person who loves to do super intricate production lines, you will get slightly different unlocks than a person who loves to, I don't know, decorate a bunch and do all the quests and be a completionist, whatever. So you can show off, hey, I did that cool thing in the game. Cool, I did a different cool thing in the game, and you will look slightly different because you have different unlocks.
A lot of games just Well, that's kind of cursed. I appreciate that. Um, Man, I really do appreciate having stuff you unlock as you go. All right, so it's okay. Yeah, so that's kind of neat. The duck bill. But it's always fun to have a bunch of that stuff. Well, with the roadmap of the different things you've got stacked up on there, obviously, like I said, I don't have it in front of me. I did take a peek, but I genuinely don't remember. Um, like, what would you say the things you're most looking forward to on there?
For me personally, let me take a peek.
Well, you take a peek. I'm gonna quickly respond to someone. So the things following me, those are called sparks. Basically, the way this automation game works is you make these things called sparks, and if you've ever seen Pikmin, you kind of interact with them the same, but they're little minions that they'll like cut. Like if I go to a tree, I can throw them at the trees, and they'll cut them down. If I have an enemy, I can like fight the enemies with them, that kind of stuff. But also like in the automation games, you can kind of work them in sort of the similar ideas like a conveyor belt where you've got this road, you chuck them on the little road, they run along the road, they grab things on their right, and you can use them to automate stuff. So it's a cool little concept for the automation game to just like really differentiate itself in the genre. Okay, and just wanted to answer that because it seemed relevant.
Yep. Sure. So yeah, you produce sparks that produce more sparks. So it's a cycle, a circle of life, right? So on the roadmap, what I'm most excited about, I think trains are pretty cool. So the ideas that we have for them kind of are very exciting to me. I don't want to spoil too much, but that will be amazing. And logic, because I like logic stuff. I like to fiddle around with systems, make stuff do things automatically, even more than it does already. So I think it will be interesting that you can control stuff like you have the storage and what happens if it overflows. Can it trigger some gate that the sparks stop filling it up and go somewhere else, whatever, like all those intricate systems that you can think up and obsess about. I think that's the most exciting part for me. Making stuff more prettier is cool, but for me, like the beauty in automation games comes from the systems and from building those intricate monstrosities.
Oh yeah, where you get into the absolutely cursed logic gate setup.
I think people want you to pet the sparks.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize that was a thing, but like, I didn't realize you had to get like right on top of them and just start spam clicking them, and then they jiggle.
Oh no, can oh my god, what's the? You have to do A mode and then click on them with F, I think. Is that the right? I don't know. It's a bit hidden, but you can actually pet them, and then they love you.
All right. So F pings the ground.
That's we don't have a button prompt for that. That's unfortunate. It is very hidden. Wait, I'm gonna ask.
It's the important things.
I don't know why it's so hidden. It came in a bit late, yeah. But I swear you can do it.
I mean, a lot of people are mentioning like you can pet them. I'm like, I don't know how.
Okay, it's V. So it's A mode and V on the sparks, and then you pet them.
All right, so let's get away from the production lines for just a minute.
You kind of did it, I don't know that, but yeah.
Yeah, it did.
In my defense, it changed a bunch where it was on 5 for a long time. So if you're in development, you add new features. Like a lot of times, they just end up on the keyboard at some point. We have so if we want to open our debug menu, it's on K for debug, right? That's totally natural. Or our fly around mode is on 9. Like you have to remember all those weird development codes, kind of, and yeah. At some point, they end up on a normal key that people can actually use, but you got used to so many iterations of it, so you forget.
Yeah. No, it's not a survival game in that response, Darth. Like there's no meat to eat of the things you kill. They do spit out the etheric stuff, which you can process into making more of the sparks. They're what make the spark, I guess. I don't know how you want to say it. I need to intervene. I'm making all these carrying ones, and then I'm not actually using them. And it's delaying me from getting more crafty sparks made. Because I'm using them all as material. Oh, I need all of this. But yeah. Well, I mean, Strider, we absolutely can fight those stuff. So you mentioned like working with like creators ends up being like the big thing, because you know it is a thing that used to pop onto like Twitter. You'd have like the indie game hashtag, game dev hashtag, like you'd have Next Fest, like whatever the hashtags and all that. And I mean that certainly still does not nothing nowadays. But you know, the thing we're running into now where platforms that shall not be named are not in a great a place right now. So it is those things that, I mean, very self-servingly for me, I appreciate that the creators have become such an instrumental tool. And I know they've been helpful for a long time just because we have our audiences if we're doing a gaming channel and, you know, the target audience overlaps and all that ends up being a big thing. But, like, obviously you handed out keys, because, like, that's how I got mine. But, like, what other engagements are you doing with other creators? Like, and I won't feel jealous if you're doing something special with someone else. Celebrate everybody. Like, what other things are you doing to try and, engage people and all that, to get the word out for your game and all that?
Yeah, so, for us, social media was really not doing much. Like, we still kind of try to do it, but as I mentioned at the beginning, it's like the game, even if it is kind of pretty looking, it's really hard to get it from screenshots or videos, I feel. Especially in the beginning when we started social media stuff, so people didn't really latch onto it, right? So there was no virality, which you kind of need on social media these days. Like there's no grind to be done there. So we didn't have like the hit aesthetics that you would need on social media to go big and pull some numbers. So we had to bring it to people to see the game being played. So that's naturally creators, because they will play the game for people and they can properly show it off and be excited about themselves or get lost in it. And then you see, okay, cool, this game actually works. And the other part, which is really, really big, is Steam itself and stuff like the Next Fest. So those festivals and specials are really integral nowadays. And for us, the Next Fest was the big break, kind of, right? Because we got the game in people's hands, and that made a big splash. So yeah, that's kind of that. And we still try to get as many creators in as possible. A lot of smaller ones in the beginning, right? Because nobody really cares for you if nobody knows you. I think it's kind of starting to pick up, but it's also mostly a thing that I'm not too involved in. I appreciate it. I see it happening, but it's a lot of it comes from our publisher, but also our community manager, Orchid, who's doing like the most work on that, contacting all of the people. So you know her, you were in contact with her, right? That's why I'm here.
Oh yeah. No, and absolutely. I also know some creators in my circles. I'll probably reach out and be like, "Hey, if you get an opportunity, this game is worth playing." Because we definitely talk to each other that there's definitely games that come across the place. You're like, "Oh no, you've got to try this. Like this game is really solid." And then there's of course ones that land in the other side of the fence, but that happens.
Yeah, sure.
Can just break that deliberately so that doesn't just empty out on me all day. Why are we not getting planks? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hey, and massive mini team following the channel. Normally I don't call it the follow, but like the actual team behind us following the channel is pretty cool. So thank you so much for that.
Mm-hmm. Comes from here, from behind me.
Oh yeah, no, I've if you don't mind me asking, like, I don't need like an exact number, but like for your team there, is it like a relatively small team? It feels like it'd probably be a relatively small team.
So I would say we're not tiny. We're kind of smallish. I think the actual dev team on Oddsparks is around 15 people most of the time. So in the company, oh my god, it fluctuates a bit. So we are almost 30 people, but we are also doing other projects. So yeah, around 15 to 20 people are involved in the process. We are relatively young though. It is our biggest project by far so far. We did one IP project before, which was a quiz game, was not that big, and before that we did a tiny indie game where we started out with 4 people working on it, and that didn't really go far. So this is by far the biggest thing we ever worked on. Like I think we have very few people who worked on bigger projects that came from Ubisoft, for instance. But other than that, like it is surreal kind of to be working on a thing that people are actually interested in such a big number.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I in my dev background, I actually have worked a couple startups, and we did have one that when I started was probably in like the 30 to 50 range, and got to be in like the 200 give or take range before acquisitions, all that kind of stuff. But no, that's actually not like 30 or so people. That's not like a huge team or anything. So I mean, considering you've got a really well developed product here, it's good. I'm having fun. Like, we've only found one bug, and it's more comical than like a problem. Which is better than so many games right now.
Yeah, I'm glad. Like it's not surprising because I know we did a good job. Like, but you always expect something to happen. Like you release your game right out in the wild, out of the controlled environment that it has been so far, and you don't know what's gonna happen. Like a lot of people will have weird setups, and they all will run into weird crashes. But so far, it has been pretty okay, knock on wood, right? We have a few crashes, that's natural, but nothing too major. It's kind of fine. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird feeling to just the game being okay and not catastrophe, which you expect. Yeah.
Yep, I'll tease for my audience. Like, I was obviously talking to Michael here and everything yesterday, like getting all this figured out. But made the comments like, we'll see if I get any sleep tonight or whatever. It's like, yep, that is what it is like going into production with a product. From my own dev experience, like, this is a major update. Well, time for me to spend my entire evening stressing about whether or not this is going to go to well tomorrow and having nothing I can do other than wait.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've been sweating the whole day yesterday just because. I was super nervous. I wasn't so nervous before that, but yesterday really got to me. And I really obsessed about all the feedback that came in from all the sources. So we were sitting upstairs in the break room and just scrolling through everything, like absorbing every bit of detail that came our way. So it's a very special time in the development after a few years just working on the thing and getting almost no feedback from outside, right? Now all of a sudden, like hundreds of people are giving you their opinion, and it's weird, but it's also really amazing and fun.
Oh yeah, and like, I mean, and thankfully you're not dealing with like the online component. I can only imagine, like, because the online thing's more my end. It's web dev, mobile dev, that kind of stuff, some system stuff, and it's always one of those things. You're like, all right, well, we've tested this, but we'll see what happens when I put in front of, you know, a couple of hundreds of thousands of people, and all right, so the little blob things, bad time.
Yeah,
Well, we'll just
they're
go
a bit
back here.
poisonous.
Yeah.
You,
I kind of figured that was what's happening.
you should rescue them out of the gas clouds.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those things, especially as content creation. It's like, okay, you know, you have the game where it's like, hey, this will probably be bad. Okay, you should really avoid this. Okay, well, I also need to test to see what this actually does. So, certain sacrifices must be made.
Absolutely. And you can always produce more. So
Oh yeah,
no harm.
absolutely expendable.
Yep.
That moment, oh, like, that moment, like, do I have storage for this? I don't remember if I do. All
I
right.
think Chad didn't like that.
Yeah, that happens. No one really worries about what chat wants.
Get over it. They're fine. They're in a better place now.
I mean, I'm literally making them work endlessly, day in and day out, so, you know, there's considerations to be made there. But yeah, that's actually one of the fun things, is like engaging the different enemies and not having a clue what they're going to do and all that. Like, discoverability is huge in games.
Yeah, that's true. Always also underestimate as a developer, like, because you know your systems, you designed them, but just the fact that you know the numbers but the players don't is so huge. So you don't even need super complicated system. They might seem more complicated than they are in a few in a lot of ways, but you don't need to overdo it. That's kind of what I want to say, is like just hiding a few informations naturally that the players don't have will make stuff very mysterious, exciting, and new. And it's most of the times better if you don't overcomplicate it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, people joking about, it's like, they would love to be able to dress up the sparks as like gummy bears. Now, obviously, we can't do that because trademark is a thing.
Yeah.
But
Fun fact about gummy bears: we are very close to the origin of them, because they're from Bonn, which is very close to Cologne, where I'm right now.
oh, I didn't even
Yeah.
catch that your base out there. I was in Cologne when I say not too long ago, like a couple years back. I've got friends of family in Germany, and we were in that area. Went to is it Chocolate Factory? And then the
museum.
yeah, museum. Thank you. As well as the was it cathedral?
Yeah, the Kölner Dom,
Yep.
big church.
Definitely a cool place to see for anyone who has the opportunity. It's really cool city. I am blanking on half of what I was doing.
I don't have the rights to the gummy bears because I live close by. That's not how that works. Sorry.
Get the copyright safe gummy bears.
Yeah.
No, obviously that's not a thing that's happening. But it would be interesting to potentially have, like, where you could dress up your character. Like, I mean, obviously you'd want to make it so you can still identify all the things. You probably wouldn't want to go through having a skin for each and every one of them for each and every costume. That'd be ridiculous. But, put like a bow on them or something. I could see people getting really into that.
Yeah, might happen. Not gonna say much, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it is a very old city as well. You know, I haven't... Well, why is that there? Oh, yeah, because I'm sharing a production line there. Yeah, that's fine. Mixed belts. Always a mistake. Got the hauling things. I've been being really bad about actually replacing my generic neutral ones with the carrying ones, you know, that specialize, and I really shouldn't be leaving that because they're going to be way better. That is always one of the tricks, is like going back and cleaning up your disaster after the fact.
Yeah, it's true. It's also kind of satisfying if you come back at some point. It's like, I'm gonna make this nice and efficient again.
That should be more than enough from that. Did I throw one of my sword ones there? No, okay. Alright. Emerald explosion cleanup. Yeah, no, it's from a clip we had from another game where the number of disasters I've done in these games was like, well, that's a mess. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Let's never look at it again. Okay, take one of you out of here. Put a worker in there because you're better. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that there's a lot of depth, because like when we've been getting these for, oh, I can't. I could probably show it here. Oh yeah, I haven't even looked at this screen yet. Okay, so we can see like the rate we're producing stuff. Yeah, that's always for those who don't do automation games very often, these screens can be incredibly useful. Because then you can. Do I have a good example of it here? You'll probably be one. Except there's nothing there. You can actually look at these screens and see where you start attritioning down or up your stuff. Like watch where your production lines are suffering. Those can be very valuable. How do I... Oh, right-click, drag right.
Yeah, the stat graph screen came in actually after the demo when we've seen that a lot of people are really obsessing about the numbers and starting to draw their own spreadsheets and kind of trying to figure out numbers. We're like, we need to give them more toys. They need some proper, stats.
Yeah,
so that's why it came in, and it was like first it was called the ugly graph. Because we're like, those people, they don't care about aesthetics that much, right? They just need the raw data. So we're gonna focus on just getting it in, even if it looks bad, because it will be a benefit to those people. And however it will look like, it doesn't matter. So it was the ugly graph, and it kind of is not that ugly, but it's, yeah. We're really glad that it's in.
I have certainly made many an ugly UI in my time. This looks totally fine to me though. Yeah, no, it's a lot of automation games. I get in the habit of like, okay, I get this thing set up, it works. I need more of this. Well, I just go stamp out another one. Like, I'm not gonna worry about min-maxing and all that. But there definitely are games that I have sat down that there's like, you know, whatever your limiter is in a run, whether it's like electricity or the number of sparks or like this spark or this material I need to make that special, like whatever the thing you don't have enough. And you'll find you'll start like watching the graphs on those being like, okay, what can I do to, you know, get that sword spark to show up a little bit more? Like what do I got to do to, you know, improve the throughput of my sword sparks? And it's funny how obsessive you can get about that, and then find out you're like making your entire factory setup, whatever you want, to produce the one thing. But yeah,
I think that's a big draw of automation games. At least as I see it, that sure you have the premise in the beginning and what you are supposed to do, but it is mostly about your own little accomplishments, right? And you are like, I want to build a production of X and I want to make it really nice. And then you care about that for a few hours and that's all you care about. Like you don't really care about what the game tells you to do or what the progression is. You just want to excel at the little challenge that you set up for yourself. Like I think that's where those games are really big.
Oh yeah. No, and like there's definitely those ones where you'll have like, you'll have the automation game where someone will make like a little factory but try and like really make it as absolutely efficient as humanly possible, whether it's like the minimum number of buildings or the minimum amount of space, or just have everything at the exact precise ratios so there's like no wasted downtime or anything. And then you'll also have the person who's like, well, it's not so much about the microing the efficiency so much as making the biggest, sprawlingest factory they can that just takes over everything. And it's always fun to just see how much you can escalate everything. Which I guess can kind of, for like one last question, we can go ahead and, and then I'll like give you a chance to like give any comments, any like call outs, any of that kind of stuff as well. But one of the common problems you run into with a lot of automation games is performance. Most of these games are, CPU locked, where your processor is going to be the make or break for you. And most of the games in the automation do let you keep building until the game buckles. I can't actually think of not very many who don't let you do that. So have you had fun within your own group, like pushing the game and seeing like how hard you can push it before it comes apart at the seams, kind of thing? Because it's just, you put a 10,000 sparks on the screen, it's gonna die.
So yeah, like very recently, like I think a few days before release, we encountered a bug because there's a building in the game where you can itemize and de-itemize the sparks on the path. So kind of you put them in, or the sparks put in a spark into the thing, and a spark hops out. Right, so the item of the sparks gets put in, but a spark pops onto the path and walks. So that's the idea. So they don't have to carry other sparks; the sparks carry themselves in that sense. The problem was with that it didn't stop de-itemizing them, even if the path was full. So we noticed at some point that there was a very dark shadow in front of the building, because that's where like hundreds of sparks were standing around, but you couldn't really see it because the whole path was full. And if you would call them back, they would explode. And so I tried that, and I had like hundreds and hundreds of sparks. Like the whole screen was filled up following me. I had 2 FPS. And I was running, and for some reason the character was really fast and nothing really generated in the world anymore. But the good thing is it didn't crash, and when I was just waiting for them, they would all just go into item mode again, and the game would just run fine, which was almost a miracle to me, like that it would not crash the game. So yeah, you can do wild stuff. That bug is not in there anymore, I'm sorry, but you can still kind of reproduce the huge army of sparks following you around and chasing you like a zombie horde. Like that's so weird. Yeah, maybe we'll release some weird clips of that on social media or something. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, no, that's those kind of like fun bugs you encounter, those usually actually do pretty well. Like if not in social media, but just like fun factoids or fun little experiences to share that can really get people excited, because you see the finished product and there's so many cursed things that happen in software development from when things go in, where you make one variable's wrong, and then where you're supposed to get like 10 units of something to like spill out on the ground, and then suddenly you have 10 million units of something caught on the ground. You just instantly watch your frame rate drop. It's impressive that didn't crash. I assume there's lots of optimizations. Like I have noticed that if I'm quick into high traffic areas, that I can kind of see the sparks like stutter for just a moment, which tells me there's optimization happening off this edge of the screen and all that they're not, obviously you're not rendering things that aren't on the screen, because that's wasteful and all that. But and you see that, and you like that. I mean, at this point that never bothers me, because you get its optimization.
Exactly. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be back very shortly.
Okay. Yep, nope, and I'm aware, Darth. We'll be wrapping up in not too long. I wanted to give them an opportunity to like, like do whatever call to action, outro, whatever they want to make happen. Because for those who don't know like why we're playing this day, one, it's a fun game, but also the game has just released early access and all that. So where you were only able to get like the demo before for Next Fest, this is what's available right now. So you can purchase and all that. To be clear, I am not being sponsored or paid to do this or anything like that. So there's no like, conflict of interest in any of that kind of stuff. Oh, you do have recording for proof? Excellent. That is definitely something you'll want to share. But yeah, so I got a key given to me. And it wasn't through like some third party so far as like the many key giving out things, which I use a bunch of those. I was reached out from people on behalf of the game and everything, their publisher, I believe. Their community manager, reached out and everything, and they offered to do this. Like, I didn't be like, hey, it'd be great for you to bring your people here. They're like, hey, we could potentially get the people to show up for your stream. Would you like that? It's like, yes, I would. It does mean a lot for content creators when you can get like, it doesn't even matter what the role of the person is in the company working in a game, whether it's like the devs, the community manager. We've had like the CEO of companies show up once in a while, artists show up and all that kind of stuff. Let's see if and if your Discord friends ask us enough, we may show Sparkpocalypse footage. So what I'm hearing here is if people want to see that, they're gonna have to join your Discord. Which, if you wanted to put that link out, it'd be fine, but you'll need to give it to one of my mods, so like Ionek, because we do have links disabled otherwise, because we have bots. And bots show up, and they do not cool things. So we have to disable things. Alright, well, Ionek's already on it. There we go, perfect. So yeah, so if you would like to join their Discord and ask questions about the game, check out the community, see the Sparkpocalypse, however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, this is a good idea to Scourge Watch. Oh man, like it's not been as bad this year, but like about a year and a half ago, the bots were out. That's when we're like, all right, no, we gotta really rein in the links. Like I already had restrictions, but it's like, nope, I gotta take these that much higher. No, but thank you so much for bringing the game and everything. For providing the key, for having people here available for hanging out and all that, and checking out. Like I've absolutely been enjoying this game. I've played a number of automation games, Satisfactory, Factorio, Mindustry. Like there's just tons of them. And this one is definitely a totally different animal than the other ones. Like my brain does put similarities like this, like my brain is like, that's a conveyor belt. It's just, it's got a weird way of moving things forward. Like it serves that function, but at the same time, we've not had like this game is its own unique thing. It is an automation game at its heart. It's got a different way of controlling it. It's got its nuance to be different. And so like I really appreciate that. Like I'm not running around trying to look for another iron node or another copper node to throw down the drill. Like it's just a totally different animal. And it's nice to have that, because that is one of those things that you run into in certain genres, not so much automation but other ones, where so many of the times you'll just have, like so many of the games will just be like very similar. And so having one that's like really, really different is always really nice. So we are aggressively
here.
Oh, what's that?
That's so nice to hear. Like that's for me. It's still I'm a bit of a cynical person sometimes, and then I really, if people tell us how much they love the game, I'm like, you're a liar. That's not true. But right, you hope for it. So yeah, that's really nice to hear all those good things that people really like it.
Oh yeah, well I mean it's like it truly is different, because like you look at, and I'll call out another genre, you look at like for example survival crafting genres, there are clever and new ideas that happen there. And then there is like on the smaller end of the spectrum, there's a dime a dozen games that literally look like someone just took someone else's game, replaced a few assets, and dropped it back out. And it sucks because some of them actually do have clever ideas, but then you just see that surface level, and sometimes that's really all there is. But this is really, really well done. I really do enjoy this. So it is getting pretty close to the time that I normally wrap up my stream. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to say, like, to the audience who have been watching here today, being like any calls to action you have, any comments you'd like to have, like whatever you'd like to say, and all that kind of good stuff. I'll give you the chance to do that before I start wrapping up on my end.
Awesome. So first of all, thank you for having us. That's amazing. It was really fun to talk about all this stuff and just get it off my chest because I rarely get to do it. And for calls to action, I guess the most simple thing is buy the game or at least check it out. Give it a chance. I think you might like it. Yeah, that's all. I hope the team's listening in. Some of them. Hi, mom. Hi, dad. That's it. Thanks.
No problem. Yeah, and for those who are like, oh, I don't know, maybe not, like you're on the fence kind of thing, just because like maybe you haven't played automation games and like really gotten into it or whatever, like any of those kind of things, they do have a demo available as well. So if you're like, I don't know. What, you don't?
Nope. We put the
Okay.
demo.
Never mind that.
I'm very sorry. So on that topic, because a lot of people also ask us why the demo was very different from the game, and we already had people who complained that things were broken in the full game because they were different in the demo. And I was like, okay, this demo is not representative of what the game actually is anymore.
Right.
So that's why we had to pull it. So yeah.
No,
sorry.
That's totally fair, because that is absolutely a thing that happens. You come out with a demo, and then the demo becomes this entire separate animal you have to support and keep up and do all these things, and that can be rough. I do appreciate games that have do demos, which is probably was part of the reason I called it out right away when I heard it. I was like, I always appreciate that. But yeah, so if you have enjoyed the game, by all means, buy it, and all good stuff. So with that, I'm going to be going ahead and saying goodbye to you, and thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate that you would hang out, and it's always great to have people involved with the game development, no matter what their role is here, and creative director is obviously a very big role in that. So thank you so much for being here.
No problem. Thank you. It was amazing.
All right. Well, you have a good evening. Well, actually, it's a good morning for you, and
Yeah, I'm just starting my day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, and for all of chat, it is getting to be that time. I've definitely enjoyed playing Oddsparks. It has been a lot of fun. You could definitely tell for like the last hour or so, we haven't gotten much done, because the more you split attention, the less focus you have on any one thing, and the less capable and productive you become on any one of those things. That's how multitasking works. It's getting worse at more things faster. But that said, it was a lot of fun to do all that. I very much enjoyed the game. I could definitely see playing more of it on the channel. Tomorrow is my day off, though, so I will not be playing it tomorrow. I will be having my day off. And I haven't decided yet what I'm doing on Friday, but we'll get that figured out. But with all that said, what's going to end up happening is we're going to be going to our ending stream scene and all that good stuff, finding someone for us to raid. For those who are watching over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be abruptly ending for you because there's no such thing as raiding over there. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and follow on all those respective platforms and all that good stuff. But I am going to go ahead and shut down YouTube and TikTok and get to our ending stream screen and going on from there. But so thank you so much for tuning in.